we're gonna get the session started. We're still missing, I think, 3 delegates. I don't know. I think we are missing Portugal, no? Greece and Slovenia. I don't think we have, no? There's some people, some countries we don't have a representative. Ireland we don't have, I think. Estonia and Slovenia we don't have. Slovenia we have. So we're missing 1, 2. Italy is supposed to be here. Well, it's okay. This needs to get started. As I said, punctuality is also an important element in diplomatic gatherings and meetings. With that said, we are here. Let me start with a couple of logistic aspects. First of all, every single one of you received feedback on the deliverables. The feedback was related to the deliverables. And a few tips on the on some of you received tips on the participation, because in some cases, or either you didn't participate much, or you were not showing the importance of your representation and the importance of the MFF. So we are here gathered. I don't think you need to sit there. Garbiño, you need to sit on your country, please. So now, well, welcome everybody to the MFF negotiations for the period of 2021-2027. The thing will go as follows. We will have 2 main blocks, or 2 main parts of the session, in which we will divide the different blocks that we have to discuss. Okay, the first part of the session will start with an opening statement by every single representative here. You will have 2 minutes maximum, so please stick to your time, no more than 2 minutes. And then after that, we will start negotiating the overall budget and the new sources of income, the potential new sources of income for this next 6 years. After that, we will discuss about the CAP, correct? And then we will have a break in which we have catering prepared with coffee, tea, and some pastry for you to eat and relax. Use the breaks for what they need to be used. Then the second part of the negotiation will be related to the cohesion funds. CAP, the overall budget and the CAP will be 30 minutes each block. Cohesion funds will be 30 minutes each block, also 30 minutes. And then the other four issues will be we should address them because of their importance in the percentage of the total budget in 15 minutes. Okay, so we have 15 minutes for research and innovation, 15 minutes for European strategic investments, 15 minutes for administration, and 15 minutes for the correction mechanisms. Okay, this is the original structure. If somebody wants to change it, they can propose it, but we need to approve by the most of us here. As I said, the Commission has made an effort, a big effort, on presenting this this budget. The room for maneuver is limited. I can tell you because I know the Commission's position in this. So make sure that you use solid arguments to defend your positions. Okay, so as I said, we will start in alphabetical order. So Austria will make the first, the opening statement, then Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, etc. By the way, the microphone, you need to, when you finish talking, you need to close the microphone. Three microphones on. If the fourth microphone opens, the first one is off. So please make sure that you turn off your microphones before when you finish speaking. Okay? Is everything clear? Okay, we have until 8 o'clock to reach an agreement on this multi-annual financial framework. If we finish earlier, we finish earlier. If we have to stay longer, we won't be able. So I will close the meeting at 8 p.m. for sure. Okay? Now, let's get started. So please, Austria, I will be counting the time. So those 2 minutes, you need to stick to your time. Okay? Please, Austria, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Austria, I just want to say that we are happy to be here, and that is our intention as member of the European Union to fully commit on managing to reach an agreement that will satisfy all our countries from different points of view, but with a particular focus on the economical level. Austria is strongly committed to support the effective implementation of policy objectives on European level and the maintenance of the rule of law. After the pandemic and the various problems that follow it, Austria's plan and strategy is mainly based on applying policies, investments, and reforms that will help our country, but we hope also in the collaboration of your country, your own country, so with other European states, to make our country more sustainable, resilient, and prepared to respond effectively to the challenges and opportunities of in particular, the green and the digital transition. More specifically, Austria's strategic plan aim to achieve these goals that consist in 32 investments and 27 reforms, and 59% of plan will support climate referred objectives, and 53% the digital transition. Of course, additionally to this, we plan also to aim to foster economic growth and create jobs. We also look for a collaboration of our colleagues on the Frugal Four, but also with some ideas that can be similar to us and interests that can be
the 2 minutes are already, so please close your statement. Thank you very much. I remind the delegates to stick to their time, okay? If not, this could last for ages, okay? So please, Belgium, the floor is yours.
Welcome to this negotiation. My name is Leah. Can you hear me? My name is Leah Isikla. I am the representative of the state of Belgium. which along with other countries, namely France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, is one of the founding countries of the European Union. As we host several of its political institutions, our capital, Brussels, is often understood as the de facto capital of the Union. Consequently, our government and our citizens hold the EU very dear and place high importance on strong cooperation of the member states. One of Belgium's priorities for the coming years is the modernization of its economy through enhancing sustainability, long-term growth, and digitalization. The state plans to carry out a number of investments directed at renewable energies and more sustainable industrial processes that implement carbon neutrality to accomplish the climate goals and approach a more environmentally friendly economic proceeding. Belgium hopes to be able to achieve these objectives about the green and digital transition, accompanied by economic growth, not only on a national level, but with all the member states to work towards a prosperous and more resilient European Union. Regarding the multi-annual financial framework, which we are about to discuss, Belgium is generally very satisfied with the current proposal. However, we are looking forward to this negotiation and to find common ground on this year's MFF that all member states are going to be satisfied with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Bulgaria, the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks. Hello, good afternoon, my fellow political leaders. From Bulgaria, we put at the disposal of the rest of the member states our position regarding the budget by the European Commission for the period 2021-2027. This position is framed in solving several deficiencies that, from the Bulgarian point of view, have been found in the Commission's proposal, but also with the hope of laying the foundations for the future growth and progress of the Union. The changes that we believe should be made are the following. First, an increase of 1% in the global budget. Then an increase in the CAP by 3%. Also an increase in the cohesion funds by another 3%. A 2% decrease in the research and innovation funds and the European strategic investments. Reduction also of 4% of the European public administration. And finally, the gradual withdrawal of the correction mechanism starting in this same budget. Since Bulgaria became a member of the European Union, its main concern has been to be in line with other member countries. These have the achievements of improvements in infrastructure, standards and regulations on issues such as civil and consumer rights or justice, as well as public services, are some of the greatest achievements since joining the European club, as well as having more than doubled the GDP volume since 2007. For this reason, it's vital for Bulgaria to continue improving its basic infrastructures like roads, ports, railway lines, administration and public services such as health, public administration, education or security, and projects to combat poverty, from investment in strategic industrial plans to social measures. Thanks.
Thank you, the representative of Bulgaria. Next, please, Croatia, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm Francesca and I'm the representative of Croatia. Croatia has a long but also very recent history. It entered the European Union in 2013, making it the last European country to enter the Union. Europe entered the Union after a disruptive war which determined a shift from the Yugoslav system of socialist self-management to market-oriented capitalism. Now Croatia is on the way of entering the Eurozone, date set for the 1st of January 2023, making it the last one entering the Eurozone after Lithuania in 2015, and the Schengen area. Its GDP kept on growing since its access to the European Union, even beside the recently two destructive earthquakes, which generated a damage worth 1.5% of Croatian GDP. Its long-term damages persist, especially after the war, which has a long effect, especially on infrastructures. So Croatia is hoping to create, through this negotiation, a new and improved multi-annual framework to develop a better and more inclusive European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of the Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
The Czech Republic welcomes the Commission and all the member states present for the last negotiation of the multi-annual financial framework period of 2021-2027. We have gathered to discuss several important topics which will influence us for the upcoming years. Keep in mind that great responsibility lies on our decisions, and we must remember the values we represent being a part of the European Union. We hope to be able to assure that our interests get heard on the EU arena and that all participants can share their positions and discuss possible alternatives. In general, the Czech Republic is quite pleased with the proposals amended by the Commission. As a member of the group called Friends of Cohesion, our main goal will be to enforce our interests on that topic. Given to certain circumstances like the COVID-19 crisis, has forced us, all of us in this room, to react independently, quick and cold-blooded for the well-being of our countries. Today, however, we will have to reach an unanimous decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the delegate of Denmark. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to the negotiation. I am Adele Chapman, and as the representative of Denmark, I want to give an introduction to Denmark and some of our policies. So Denmark joined the EU in 1973, and for our currency, we actually opted out of the euro and instead use our own currency, the Danish krone, in order to maintain our own financial independence. So for our economic growth in the last annual GDP, it's had a very steady increase, rising by 4.9 in 2021. The growth of Denmark's GDP is due to a lot of service industries, trade and manufacturing, and also small enterprises are an essential part of Denmark's economy, shortly being followed by agriculture and fishing sectors. So for the public expenditure of Denmark is mostly directed towards the health and social services, education, economic affairs, foreign affairs, and national defense and security. Our trade relies heavily upon the foreign trade within the EU, and our major trading partners are Germany, Sweden, and Netherlands. And we also have a long-standing economic collaboration between other Nordic countries, such as Sweden and Finland. We look forward in this negotiation to reach an agreement that supports all of our economies and to further our relationship as member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, since we don't have a representative from Estonia, we will give the floor to Finland. The floor is yours.
Hello, dear fellow delegates. I think the microphone is working. Okay, thank you. I would like to start my speech with a question addressing my colleagues. So, who ever thought of Finland's position as of not so clear, happy medium, or Finland's just happy to be here? Please raise your hand. Okay, thank you, thank you. So what's important for Finland to do today is to demonstrate a precise and clear position on the key aspects of the EU budget. So a country being the 13th EU member state who contributes the most to the EU budget, the second country in the Society and Digital Economy Index, and the fourth best country for the European business should have a clear position on the key aspects of the budget, especially considering that Finland is a middle-sized EU country with a population of slightly more than 5 million people. So the best outcome for Finland today will be the maintenance of the proposed budget. Finland is, quotation, reluctant to pay more, and both decreasing the budget and especially decreasing the cap and research and innovation areas. Eastern European countries that usually own lavish agriculture and are in need in great resources and heavy industries can make a good partnership for Finland, who all obtains great sources in heavy industries. And in other spheres of the EU budget, Finland's position correlates more with the Western European countries, especially when discussing keeping the correction mechanisms. So Finland resists paying more and decreasing the budget, both, but we realize that consensus is crucial in the EU, and at the end of the day, solely following one's national interests will lead to sad consequences, especially nowadays. So we are ready to move our position with respect to our needs and contribution to the EU. At least Finland will already be content with today's negotiations ending in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of France. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Fellow member states, the French Republic takes great honor and pleasure in participating in the upcoming discussions on the multi-annual financial framework of 2021-27, and actually one of the leading instruments that provide stability and growth in our union and our member states. In the following negotiations, it is expected to conclude to a reasonable and yet generous overall budget, as per the Commission's proposal of approximately 2 trillion euros. France is one of the key supporters of European growth due to our country being, apart from a founding member, the second biggest net contributor to the European Union. And so we thus aspire that with this amount of 2 trillion, we're going to use this amount rigorously and sensibly according to the most upcoming priorities and needs. If such allocation is properly discussed and concluded upon, the budget should be completely sufficient. The French Republic would additionally be willing to slightly increase the total budget upon the conditionality of imposing a new source of income, a digital tax, which shall be further on discussed, as well as a decrease on the cancellation or reduction of correction mechanisms. In general, the French Republic aspires to increase the amount given to the Common Agricultural Policy, migration and border management, security and defense, as well as research and innovation. Reductions needed to balance this budget will be taken from cohesion funds by 7 to 8% approximately, and if needed from neighborhood and the world heading. France aspires a close collaboration with Germany in the majority of these negotiations, along with other member states in the budget heading, such as the Club Med, including Spain, Italy, Greece, for example, especially in migration and border management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Germany, the floor is yours. One thing I would like to say, so far is going well, get close to the microphone because we might hear each other, but for the recording, it needs to be recorded via the microphone, okay? So if you speak very, very far, even though the microphone is on, it might not be heard correctly at the recording, okay? So, thank you. Please, Germany.
Thank you. So, dear member states, first of all, it is with pleasure and enthusiasm that the Federal Republic of Germany will join today's negotiations. The role of all of us today is to define the future of the European Union and its inhabitants, and therefore we hope that special attention will be paid to achieving the EU's objectives in line with its values and the ecological and economical challenge ahead. Compared to the previous MFF, many things have changed. The unfortunate departure of the United Kingdom, as well as the ecological urgency that is becoming more and more present, pushes us to increase the budget in accordance with the Commission's proposal. The new NGU budget and the issue of debt repayment also has to be taken into consideration. As the largest net contributor to the EU, Germany is therefore in favor of an increase in the total budget compared to the last MFF, but in the most reasonable proportions possible. We will focus mainly on an increase in the budget for innovation, which will undoubtedly be essential for the ecological transition and for maintaining growth in Europe, as well as on maintaining the rebates on Germany's contributions that are granted to it. Although these topics are not part of today's negotiations, security and immigration are also central to Germany's goals for this MFF. In agreement with France, we are also in favor of an increase in the CAP budget. We hope for efficient and peaceful negotiations and to find common ground with all member countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's Greece Storm, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. As a representative of the Hellenic Republic, today I will defend the fundamental values of the European Union. principally freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and solidarity between nations. As far as I am concerned, this budget that we will discuss, it has to be a symbol of a strong and united Europe. For these reasons, the prevention and the rising of the overall European budget is necessary for the conservation of the Union's sovereignty and to be able to face future new threats. For this increase in spending can be carried out, later on I will explain and justify in detail the sources of income. Going into the details about the headings under the EMFF, firstly, we agree that a rise of around 3% in the cap and the decrease in conditionalities that end up being counterproductive for our primary sector. Secondly, we believe that the increase of 5% in cohesion funds would help reduce the disparities between regions. As a result of these increases, both the funds on research and innovation and European strategic investments funds would be reduced by around 3% each, considering the context of the economic and strategy and energy crisis in which we are involved, thus emphasizing the most important short-term problems. Furthermore, we want to reduce by 3% of the administration funds since it's very expensive and lacks effectiveness and efficiency. And last but not least, we are going to defend the progressive annual reduction of the correction funds until the dissolution of them.
Time is up, Representative.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of Hungary, please.
Honorable Council, a stable political and economic region with 27 countries united in diversity has been established by the European Union courtesy to its long history and strong institutions. The delegate of Hungary is in attendance to negotiate the future policies and strategies of the EU in order to maximize the monetary value and output of its nation, alongside other member states. The state of Hungary isn't content with the overall budget for the multi-annual financial framework of 2021 to 2027. However, Hungary is looking to reform policies and strategies outlined under each heading. The most prominent funding sector for Hungary is heading 2, Cohesion, Resilience and Values, followed by heading 1 and 3. Hungary is in agreement with the budget allocation under the CAP funds and the cohesion funds, however, poses a great concern for the conditionalities that comes with them, specifically the conditionality of the rule of law. We want to negotiate a decrease for heading 7 and suspend the budget correction mechanism put forth by the Frugal 4 and redirect the funds towards heading 5, Security and Defense, possibly headings 2 and 3 if negotiations are successful as well. Hungary is optimistic towards negotiations as they seek to achieve the EU's core values and objectives under each of the 7 headings cooperatively while ensuring national sovereignty is upheld. In the course of the negotiations, Hungary will look to the Visegrad 4 and Friends in Cohesion alliances for support and in reaching the position we strive for in the membership of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of Italy, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, my fellow delegates. As a founding member of the organization and an active contributor to the budget, Italy believes that it should be considered in the negotiations actively as an important part of the organization. Recently, Italy has changed government, which means in any situation a policy change. This factor does not change the fact that we stand together as Europeans creating a better and stronger and safer area for all of us to live in peace. Our main position is the development of an economically stronger Europe by considering different perspectives and analyzing what is more convenient for all of us, such as the digitalization of all the member states and the different smaller regions that compose them, as it is crucial for the growth of the organization as a whole. Another important point is the energetic transition to cleaner forms of energy. In this aspect, Italy proposes nuclear energy. An important aspect for Italy is the CAP, given that our economy relies heavily on it. As we have a plan Italy believes that some changes in the European Union must be done to achieve our main purpose and keep us growing and competitive in the international market. Therefore, we invite the rest of the representatives in this assembly to keep an open mind to change and reform. This delegation will propose a variation of projects for which we expect the backing up of most of our fellow representatives because all of us share the same interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Next, please, the representative of Latvia.
Hello, everyone. Is it working? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this meeting. So Latvia has seen significant economic growth since joining the European Union in 2004.
Get closer to the microphone. If not,
Sorry.
you can move them. Huh?
Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry. Okay. Can you hear me? Right. Latvia has seen a significant economic growth since joining the European Union in 2004. Since its entry, Latvia had one of the highest GDP growth rates in Europe, slowed only by the global crisis in late 2008 and early 2009. Latvia has an important position in the trade between Baltic countries, which are also its historical important partners. Latvia's main priorities in the negotiation are to keep the CEP and the cohesion funds to strong policies and to defend them against any proposal of decreasement. Without the achievement of this target, Latvia will not consider itself satisfied with the negotiation. Latvia is confident that this target will have the support of all the friends of cohesion in the negotiations, and this will be the key to achievement these goals. The recent win of the pro-Western center-right party of the pro-Europeanist Premier Krišjānis Kariņš in Latvia is a positive plus to the pro-European front and a clear sign on how much his anti-Putin policies have been appreciated by the electorate. Indeed, the country will keep its anti-Russian position, remaining firm in maintaining international sanctions on Russia. Currently, as we just received our first payment of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the country will carry on with the reform and investment program. The country is interested in developing a minimum income super system, improving the competitive environment, and increasing the supply of affordable housing. Other areas covered are public procurement, prevention of money laundering, terrorist financing, and the construction of low-cost housing. As these reforms and investment take hold, they will help make Latvia's economy more inclusive and resilient for years to come. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next, Lithuania, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates. I am Luna Imeri, and I'm here to represent the Republic of Lithuania, one of the Baltic states. Lithuania is a relatively young country. In fact, in 1990, it was the first Soviet republic to declare independence. Since then, we have experienced a steady growth, especially since our joining of the EU in 2004. Anyways, we still have great inequalities and a GDP lower than the average of the EU, problems that we are strongly determined to overcome in the coming years. We want to become a wealthier and more advanced country, and this translates in three main objectives for the next 7 years: green transition, digital transition, and economic and social resilience, which are also among the main goals of the EU. This means that we're particularly interested in three policies and funds, namely the cohesion policy, the European Strategic Investments Fund, and research and innovation. In wanting to achieve these goals, we're particularly close to our neighbors, the other Baltic states, and also to the Friends of Cohesion. In general, we're looking forward to the negotiation, and we're hopeful that the outcome will be satisfactory to everyone, at least to some extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, Luxembourg, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, fellow member states. I am Rachele Granati, the representative of the Duchy of Luxembourg for this negotiation of the multi-financial framework. Luxembourg is one of the 7 founders of the European Union, and although small in size, it is highly developed and has a thriving economy. Another really important but less developed sector is the agricultural sector that is really growing towards the organic factories. Luxembourg main partners are Germany, Belgium, and France, and the majority of its imports and exports are precisely toward these countries. Luxembourg's main sector in the economy is the one revolving around the finance sector, which the finance sector, financial and insurance activities represent the 25.7% of the country's total GDP. Another predominant part of the duchy's economy is the European institution. In fact, alongside with Belgium, Luxembourg benefits from the majority of the administrational funds. A growing field for the duchy is also the research and development one. For these reasons, as a representative of the duchy, I would propose an increase in these three sectors, these being the CAP, the administrational funds, and as well as research and innovation. Luxembourg hopes to find the support of its partner in this proposal.
Thank you very much. Next, it would be the Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. The oncoming negotiation on the MFF suggests a unique opportunity to align the next budget with the ongoing work on the future agenda of the EU. The Netherlands government calls upon the European Commission and the member state to consider the following principle for our following MFF. First, the new MFF must be adapted to recent changes, such as the UK Brexit, and therefore create a protective framework for the future of the Union, a sustainable and flexible financial system. And as we see the budget, the focus more on innovation and research that promote growth in Europe is necessary. The new MFF should reflect the importance of internal and external security of the EU to increase its economy and security independence. The Netherlands supports the Commission's aim to promote the implementation of structural reforms in the member state through more efficient use of the EU budget. In that sense, it is appropriate to reduce the amount of the administrative expenses budget and accordingly invest them in the other area. Respectively, main expenses policies such as the CAP and the cohesion policy should be priority and get through ambitious reforms. The common agriculture policy should produce European added value and focus on treating market failures. Regarding the cohesion policy, the Netherlands believes that that's found should focus more on the less developed member state and contribute to creating a European added value. We all hope that we can bridge the gaps and continue to move the European Union forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Poland, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everybody. Poland, after joining the European Union in 2004, became the largest beneficiary of the multi-annual financial framework in absolute numbers. Therefore, it is expected that even in this session, Poland's needs for funds will be recognized, but above all, that the benefit that these funds have brought to a country that has faced so many difficulties. We are here to show the value of our country and to contribute in all ways and means that we have to the growth of the European Union. There are a number of misconceptions about Poland. The most common being is Poland is a poor and backward nation. We are here to demonstrate that this stereotype must disappear. It is clearly visible to all that there have been major technological and societal advances for years. For this, we would like to increase the funds for innovation and strategic investment to once again reach a common level with that of the other member countries. On the other hand, we would like to keep and preserve and maybe slightly increase the funds for the CAP, but regulating their distribution, and the cohesion funds without the rule of law. We would also like to decrease expenses of European Union administration and redistribute part of the administration funds to other sectors, like migration and security and defense. Since equality is one of the common principles and values on which the European Union is based, we are against any object or system that could undermine it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon,
next,
everyone.
The floor is for Portugal.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are really honored to be here alongside my beloved fellow members of the European Union. We would like to use our introduction to state very clearly what we aim, what we desire, and what we manage the upcoming negotiation. First and foremost, we are a member state that does not believe much on the use of conditionalities, as we often consider that the conditionalities, although useful sometimes for specific circumstances, normally it hinders the management of the European funds, as an agreement distant in time and distance can predict unexpected events that manage the European funds, such as the war we have currently in Ukraine. We will also like to talk about how we will manage our discussion. First of all, Portugal managed negotiation much as like the society of Portugal. We are very content, very calm, moderate, and reasonable. So I think we can play a key part on the negotiation, but acting as a staging point for different countries with different and opposite points of view to help them reach agreements. We expect from the negotiation to keep the overall budget as it is currently, to increase the agricultural funds, cohesion funds, and research and innovation funds, and to decrease the European strategic investments, the administration funds, and the eventual dissolution of the correction mechanisms. Although we stated our initial posture, we are very open to negotiate every aspect of these funds. We wish good luck to everyone, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, please, the representative of Romania, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates. We are a delegation of Romania. We are here today because Romania is a country that is in a continuous development, and we won't stop to looking forward to develop more, and together with Europe. We think that our issues and our core values are the same common core values of all Europe, and it's the time to face the reality and not delay anymore these issues. Three word concepts, I would say like this, are our main priority, and our environment. We think green transition is not more delayable, and is mandatory, and this could be made through eco-friendly policies. This is why also we want to propose a change in the system of income, and in the conditionalities we can put inside the different funds. Then we can talk about migration, because if it's true that the problem is who arrives in our countries, it's also the problem of who goes out of our countries, and so the border management. That's why Romania fulfilled all the requirements to enter the Schengen area, but is not still in the Schengen area, so we want to stress out also this. And the last one is in the education, because we spread consciousness, both in agricultural, both in social, and both in and also in every type of the heading we're talking today about. Consciousness can create solid roofs for a sustainable future. So of course, both green transition and digital transition are inside our core values, but we have to do this also through policies, and not only talking about the percentages we opt to have. And we hope good luck to everyone, and hope for a really good final negotiation.
Time is up, sir. Thank you very much. I remind the delegates to stick to their time, if possible. Okay. Representative of Slovakia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, as a representative of the Slovak Republic, I am here to express my country's position in this negotiation of the multi-annual financial framework. Our country has been in the EU since 2004. In this time, we have achieved numerous economic and political goals, but we are still behind some of them. It is for this reason we would like to find consensus principally in two of the funds. The cohesion ones, in which we will propose an increase around 3%, and the administration and correction mechanisms, where we will push for a reduction of the funds and the revision of the correction mechanisms. We believe that the cohesion funds are really important for many economies, and we should keep an eye on them. Thus, they have helped us and will help us to settle our economies in the upcoming challenges we will be facing. As for the CAP and research and innovation funds, we are open to proposals. Therefore, we are looking for alliances with countries that have similar positions to ours, which we expect to be our Visegrad companions, which are Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, and other smaller economies. Through the cooperation and cohesion, which are essential pillars of the EU and which characterize our union, we are confident that we will find a consensus among the member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, the representative of Slovenia.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates. We, as the Federal Republic of Slovenia, We're the first Eastern European country to join the EU in 2009. Therefore, we feel very attached to the European values. And for this terms negotiation, we have especially two main priorities. First of all, as member of the groups called Friends of Cohesion, we stand very strongly behind the belief of that the European Union is based on the core value of solidarity, and therefore seeks on decreasing the financial gaps between member states. We also hold the European Regional and Development Fund very important in order of tackling our core problems within the next decade. Therefore, we seek for an increase of the Cohesion Fund. Our second priority is to introduce conditionality on the distribution of the biggest multinational financial framework pillar, namely the CAP. We seek on distributing it more fairly and introducing a fairer distribution, especially benefiting smaller farms under 5 hectares, as they are highly underrepresented in the current distribution of the CAP, and we will introduce them once the time comes. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much. Next, the representative of Spain, please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Dear Member State, I am pleased to be here with you today to discuss the MFF budget for the years to come. As Spain's representative, my goal today is not only to protect Spanish citizens, but more generally, Europeans. I am aware of the difficulties we might encounter trying to reach an agreement in such a context, yet we cannot accept to delay the final decision, and it will only delay our access to the funds, something that would have a critical impact for all of us. The COVID-19 pandemic has had drastic consequences on the EU. As a mere indicator, for 2020, our GDP, the EU GDP, is expected to decrease of around 6%. While the Spanish GDP is the 4th largest in the EU, in nominal terms, it is predicted to experience a 10% decrease by the end of 2020, and our unemployment rate to rise up to 13%. The Spanish population represents around 10% of the EU population, and we cannot ignore the need for sufficient funds to recover from this severe crisis. But more importantly, this demand is not specific to Spain, but to the majority of the European citizens who suffered from the crisis, be it economically, socially, physically, or even mentally. In other words, our role today is to support and assist our citizens in this time of crisis, but also to guarantee their future well-being, as well as the well-being of our society and environment. The overall budget must match the ambition of the European project and support our values of equality, solidarity, democracy, and human rights. Thus, Spain's priority is to protect the budget from cuts, as cutting the budget will posit the EU as a retreating organization. More specifically, Spain will put an emphasis on the need for a strong CAP and cohesion funds alongside our fellow group of Friends of Cohesion. This in order to maintain peace and prosperity that have always characterized the EU. For these reasons, Spain is quite satisfied with the Commission proposal, as it puts at its core, the CAP and cohesion funds without dismissing the importance of other sectors. Then I would like to close my statement by remembering the European motto, United in Diversity. It is our differences that make the EU stronger, and they should not prevent us from reaching an agreement satisfactory for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, to finalize, the floor is for the representative of Sweden. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are very glad to be here. We are Sweden, that, as you all know, it is an excellence in global innovation and also in social and inclusive growth. Also, we really have at heart climate change. We want to tackle this issue as soon as possible, and we think that we can give a lot of expertise in this field. Sweden is an important contributor to the EU budget, and it's happy to collaborate with members for every position in the budget allocation. However, we have two red lines. The first is that we have a strong interest in not increasing the overall budget and not in eliminating the rebate system. This is due to also Brexit that increased a lot our the frugal's contribution, the net yeah, for the EU budget, and we are open to discuss in detail the budget allocation, but bearing in mind that we should focus more on the long-term effects of the budget more than in the short run. I'm referring to innovation fund that in our opinion should be improved, as well as migration and security that is really important given this the actual crisis that we are facing in these fields.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody. Now everybody knows what the other member states stand. It's time now we open the block regarding the overall budget. As you or as the fellow members know already, the proposal for the long-term budget is 1.2 trillion, more or less, 1,210 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken, right? Correct? And then we have a certain amount of money related to the next generation funds. Next generation funds, from the point of view of the Commission, should not be discussed much because they are related to an agreement on going to the markets and obtain the money. So this agreement was very hard to achieve, which that's the reason why the Commission is not happy to open the debate again. So if we could keep the next generation EU funds outside of the negotiation, that would be better. We should make efforts on finding new sources of income and restructuring the budget in this negotiation. Okay, so this is clear. So now we have 30 minutes to discuss the overall budget, which is the proposal of the Commission is 1,210 billion. And a few more, but basically that's about it. And then also we need to discuss the potential new sources of income, correct? The Commission has presented three potential new sources of income. The first one is the one that you probably already know, known as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is related to the CO2 and the objectives of reaching a neutral European Union in 2050, correct? Then there's the digital levy, which is also a potential source of income related to some digital activities that ensure that all businesses, including digital ones, pay their fair share of taxes. And the final one is the emission trading system. If we trade carbon emissions in order to generate certain amounts of income. These are the proposals by the Commissions, but if the fellow delegates have other proposals, we will be open to discuss them, okay? What I will do is I will take word from 3 member states at a time. So I will be doing, let's say, packages of 3. And then we will, once these 3 finish, we take another 3, okay? Well, this is the proposal from the Commission. You guys have the papers, you guys have the numbers. So if you could, if you can see the position. I think the Lithuania and Latvia want to say something regarding the overall budget. Lithuania first and then Latvia.
Yes, it was mostly about new sources of income. Lithuania strongly believes in the green transition and therefore suggests a new tax that would also go in that direction. So a contribution based on recycled plastic waste, which would have like the double goal benefit of, well, going towards the goal of green transition and saving a lot of money. In fact, at the at this moment, this tax would make about 12.7 billion, because the European produces an average of 25 tons, million tons of plastic wasted, and 30% of that, only 30% is recycled. So 12.7 billion is what we would gain from that, opposing like 0.8 euro rate per kilogram of non-recycled plastic. So that's our suggestion.
Sorry. Your suggestion is charging how much per kilo?
At least 0.8 euros.
If you review the document that the Commission has presented, this tax already is at 0.8 euro per kilo, which is applied of the way of plastic packaging waste, but that is not recycled, and it generates around 6 billion per year at 0.8, and that's already included in the proposals. So it's 6 billion times 6 years, that's 36 billion, which is already included. If you want to increase that, we can discuss, but it is already 0.8 per kilo. So it generates 6 billion of income yearly. Okay, so please keep, if you want to think about this, just rethink about it, but it's already 0.8. Okay. Latvia?
So Latvia states that we should actually increase this amount of money, and in order to save some money that we could be invested in the overall budget. So Latvia states with Lithuania's position, and said that we should increase this amount of money. And also Latvia would say that we can actually consider as a new source of income the closing the parliament in Strasbourg, and analyzing how important is this parliament for the European Union. And Latvia states that despite the history, there's no valid argument for why the second European Parliament is in Strasbourg. And in addition, like all the documents that must be moved by truck between the two locations, and the monthly movement in Strasbourg also incurs expenses for the transit of hundreds of legislative officials, and the political organization, parliamentary items, and freelance interpreters. So we should actually consider this option as a new source of income, even though we know that this closing the parliament in Strasbourg would save at least 616.1 million, and I think we can consider this option.
Can you repeat the figure? How much would we save?
We would save at least 616.1 million upfront, and 113.8 million annually.
So 130 million annually times 6 years. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
See, so that's 680 million, not billion, million.
Yeah, million.
Romania, you asked for the...
So, regarding the point of Lithuania and Latvia, Romania stands with them, along with them, since we believe that a tax on plastic is fundamental, both for the economical benefit that all countries can have from that, and also for a development of also our social issues and sustainable, and for the green transition. I think we think this is like really clear, and I know, like we understand that for some countries, such as France, for example, that has only the 11% of recycling of plastic, can be, of course, a problem, and cannot accept this, and is not good. But at the same time, we don't have to escape this problem, and face it, and so also encourage and sensibilize the importance of recycle the plastic, and to help also these important contributors that have to to grow and improve in the recycling plastic. We propose also to reduce the GNA-based resources according with flexibility to the revenue we obtain by the plastic tax and the new tax on emissions, so on the carbon tax that we accept from the Commission proposal, and we think is more than important. So to recap, what is Romania's position? We want to add the taxes on emissions in virtue of the green transition we aim to follow and achieve, in order to decrease the use of fossil fuels and encourage the adoption of less pollution sources, and to increase the plastic tax from 0.8 euros per kilogram to 1 euro per kilogram, and to reduce the GNA-based resources percentage with flexibility basing of the revenue obtained by the taxes on CO2 emissions and on plastic, and to use this also to change the correction mechanism, which I think we will talk later about, but it's substantially, only to say it, only to tell a little bit introduction, is to switch from the current system of rebates to a more equal redistribution that is oriented towards awarding who proportionally can have more improvement, can achieve more improvement in the both the green transition and the digital transition. To take the example of France, and I conclude, it's true that now is only the 11% of plastic recycled in the country, but in the same time with this correction mechanism, it will be helped towards a more efficient development. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Italy wanted to say something, please. I would like to remind the fellow representatives that we need numbers, meaning yes, you say increasing from 0.8 to 1 euro to 1 euro per kilo. How much is that? You say that reduce the GNI by percentage. How much that represents? And talking about the rebates at this moment, well, we can generate certain complications, but I need numbers because I need to close a budget. So I need to know how much it is for each. Yes.
We did not talk about numbers because it's in the it's in the idea not to talk about numbers, because it's not, we cannot consider specific numbers, because our proposal wants flexibility. Flexibility means that we are not doing enormous changes to the system of incomes. We're doing changes towards an efficient improvement. So we reduce GNE-based resources in flexibility and in related to how much we are gaining from the taxes on CO2 emissions and on plastic. So it's something that both can help us in a whole together, in a whole general improvement on the green transition, and also in the economical help of a more democratic and equal contribution. That is why we did not talk about numbers. The only number we can talk about is the change from 0.8 per kilogram to 1 per kilogram. But since it's not a big contribution the plastic tax can give to the budget,
it's 10.5 billion. That particular increase that you present is 10.5 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's a considerable increase. The thing is, I need to work on projections. I need to know numbers. If I don't know numbers, I can close a budget. I cannot think about flexibility, because if the budget is something that is not flexible. The budget is the budget, and then we will see how we implement it and everything. But we need to close a budget. I need numbers, because then in the next block you will ask me for money, or reduce the CAP, or structure, or increase the CAP. So I need to know how much money do we have in order to play with this increase. Flexibility is something that I don't. You want to add conditionality, you want to use these type of things, okay, but we need to play on projections. We need to know how much we will have. We will try to know, or at least project how much we have. If not, I cannot play with this in order to fix if you want to improve and change you know what I mean?
So our proposal is this one. We are open to listen and hear also our proposal to complete our proposal. We don't want
Okay.
to impose our proposal. That's why.
I inform the member states that the increase from 0.8 to 1 euro per kilogram, it's about 1.5 billion per year, times 7, it's 10.5 billion. Okay. Italy, then Germany, and then Spain.
First, we want to say that we agree with the proposals of increasing the tax on plastic. Also, like, we want to highlight the proposal of Latvia. We believe that closing the parliament in Strasbourg is a possible alternative, and and the benefits will be big in the long run, as well as the effectiveness of our institutions. Also, we want to highlight that we need a solution for the energetic crisis, and we need it fast. And I think that's a way of also getting more money for the association. That's what. Thanks.
Germany, please.
First, I wanted to say over the plastic tax that it has been implemented in the 1st January of 2021. So in the frame of the current MFF 2021-2027, which we are currently debating. So I'm not sure if we should consider this tax as already implemented, because we're considering being in 2020 debating for the next MFF. So I wanted to have some precision on it first.
We are not, or this has been implemented for a few years already, but we are discussing implementing it from 21 onwards. I know we are in 22, but we can still increase it at this moment of time.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to say to my colleagues that considering the increase in the budget of 11.3% compared to the last MFF in 2020 prices, if you consider Commission's proposal, that means an increase in countries' contribution, which is really important for the biggest net contributors as France and Germany, for example. And for that reason, we also have relatively big industries which takes a lot of time to change. So we're proposing to decrease this plastics tax of 0.5 euros per non-recycled plastic, and reconsidering it over every year, so we can let the time for the industries to change in a less hard way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was the turn of Spain. Then after Spain, we will have France. Who else was raising their hands? I think Denmark and Hungary. And then I will move to this side.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to state Spain's support for the plastic own resource and to increase it from 0.8 to 1, which would generate more than 1.5 billion per year. This would allow us to have the necessary funds to have satisfactory budget for the MFF, but also to accompany the changes and to allow us to orientate our priority toward the Green Deal, which is very important today. Moreover, we would like to disagree with the fact to reduce the GNI contribution according to the taxes emission as proposed by Romania, because that would merely we would increase the contribution by finding taxes, no, increase the contribution, increase the budget by putting taxes, but at the same time decreasing budget by taking money, reducing the GNI. So that would not make much more sense, because that would just create a balance of increasing taxes but reducing the GNI. And at the same time, we could agree with closing Strasbourg as proposed by Latvia, which could save money, but also would prevent the emissions of CO2 from 19 tons of CO2 in total. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to remind, related to what Spain just said and related to what Romania was proposing, I would like to remind the fellow members that they need to present this proposal to the parliament. And if you tell the parliament that you increase taxes but you reduce your contribution, I don't know if the parliament will take it very gratefully. So we need to think that we also need to negotiate with the parliament, okay? As the same way I said that the Commission will not accept moving the NG EU, I don't think the Parliament will be, happy with certain proposals. So that said, still is on the table. It's up to you, but I just need to inform you that it might go this way. I think it's France's turn, and then Denmark, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. I would like to express deep dissatisfaction in the proposal of closing the parliament in Strasbourg. My fellow member states, I was expecting for you to be aware of the European district of Strasbourg, which not only is the European Parliament, but it includes much more than just a parliament where you meet 12 times a year. And so I would suggest that we should reconsider one of the most fundamental places for European integration, the defense of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law since the Second World War to be maintained. As a founding member of the European Union, I strongly disagree with closing this, and as a counter proposition to new sources of income, there is a much more profitable way to increase our income by imposing a digital tax, for which, one moment please. Of course, we highly support the digital tax because according to European tax authorities, digital companies such as Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, aka GAFA, do not pay their fair share for corporate income taxes in the European market. And so following the Commission's proposal on laying down rules relating to corporate taxation, the French government actively supports this new source for which we have a more balanced digital economy and new sources of income. In terms of the plastic tax, yes, it is true that France does not has not reached a level of desirable recycling statistics yet, for which we are completely supportive of increasing it in the future. At the same time, we would like to suggest that France would prefer the carbon tax rather than the plastic tax upon the conditionality that we are slowly integrated into the system, considering the very dominant Euroscepticism in France, covering about 60% of the population and a rising right-wing political situation. We would very much appreciate an integration into carbon tax and plastic tax, but in a reduced of 0.5 per kilogram at least, or 0.3, in order for France to remain a strategic ally and at the same time increase its belief in the strength of the European Union and its national level.
Denmark and then Hungary, yes, you raise your hand, and then Sweden, correct?
Okay, so for Denmark's proposal, we were looking at very similar things to Romania, and we want to implement a new source of income that is very much like the recyclable plastics one, in which wait a second. So the state's percentage of carbon footprint is what it will be based on. So the contribution each year will set a 2% decrease in the million metric tons of greenhouse gases emissions produced in each country instead of the EU as a whole. to make way for more equality in the distribution of how much greenhouse gases that we have to decrease. And so we looked at it in a very similar case with every year we'll set a 2% decrease as a goal. And for those states that do not meet this goal, there will be a charge of 0.8 euros per kilogram of GHG waste, because this will promote green change. And so we've got the figures here. We've got the EU as a whole. I've done it this way to give a more formal idea of how it would look in the future. So we create 483 megatons per year, or in 2020. And so 2% per year, this would mean that it would go down to 473 megatons. And with the 7-year MMF, or MFF, we will have a 14% decrease of our carbon emissions, and will lead us down to 450 megatons in total, creating a dramatic decrease in our carbon emissions and helping towards the EU Green Goal. And I also want to factor in the GNI, where we also want to decrease it, as we believe our reasons for this is that many people say that it's not very transparent within the EU member states, and it's 70% of our overall EU budget, which is a lot, considering that we have a lot of correction funds in which this funding is not always met all the time, because a lot of us have reductions in how much we actually put towards the budget, and puts a lot of uncertainty for our states and our overall EU budget. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I like to remind the member states to be precise in terms of numbers, if possible. Hungary, the floor is yours. Then Sweden, then Bulgaria.
So Hungary is in support of an integration of carbon and plastic tax in a reduced way as well. That way it is feasible for all member states to be able to achieve that proposal brought forth by Denmark and Romania. Hungary would like to outline the digital taxation as another source of income. We believe that it would create greater accountability and transparency in this new financial world and digital era that we are experiencing, especially post-pandemic. We believe that larger companies like Google and Amazon are not paying their fair share of tax, which is really problematic for governments of all member states actually, because digital enterprises have lower tax than traditional companies, and therefore they're creating fewer jobs, which is not good for any economy. So we believe that digital taxes of a minimum of 3% should be introduced by member states and considered, as it will provide a great contribution to economies of all member states and the overall EU budget. Thank you.
Sweden, regarding the plastic tax, propose a compromise between Germany and Romania proposals, namely a 20% increase, but introducing it 5 years forward to let the companies adapt to the market and making the tax as a nudge towards a more sustainable industry. Regarding the digital levy tax, Sweden don't think it is a good idea. As a nation, we have a lot of companies based in our country, but as well as other Nordic countries, and we think that with this economic measure, all these companies, not all, but a great number of companies, digital companies, will move their headquarters in other countries, so it is a counterproductive measure, because no companies generates no revenue. Then regarding the overall budget, we are we stand with the Commission proposal, even if we stand for a decrease. But I think it is already a good compromise to remain at the level as we are. And last thing about the rebate system, Sweden is open to talk about a change in it, a change in terms of more transparency and also introducing some criteria. But we think that is it's really important measure to alleviate our financial burden that is actually increased after Brexit from 1.03 national GNI to 1.11.
Thank you very much. Bulgaria, and now on this side, I think Poland, Portugal, and Luxembourg afterwards. Then Greece will. So Bulgaria, and then Portugal, Poland, Luxembourg. Okay?
Thanks. Well, from Bulgaria, we like the idea of the digital tax, but we think that maybe the best idea is to put a minimum corporate tax, like a lot of, like the central bank or the OCDE are saying. So, with that, we can provide with more funds the European Union, because in this case, the European Union can have a very good source of income that not come from the member states, and can manage more money so that we can increase the overall budget. And then the idea of the plastic tax, we like the idea of increasing to 1, so we can have more income, like Romania or other countries said. And well, and that's all.
When you say we like the idea of the plastic tax, there's already been 6 ideas regarding plastic tax. So please specify which one. Because
Sorry. Like no, I said the idea of increasing, like Romania said, to 1.
Because
Sorry.
somebody said to introduce it in 5 years, reducing to 20%. Some others said reducing to 0.3 per kilo. Some others said reducing to 0.5 per kilo. I think we can stay here until, I don't know, I will put the World Cup games at 8 o'clock, because we'll still be here for a while.
Well, in contrast with my fellow members who want to increase the overall budget and finding new sources of income, Portugal thinks that we have to keep it moderate and to be very careful. Because, as you might know, and you are proposing, increasing the overall budget means that we have to find new sources of income, which come from taxes, fines, sanctions, exploitation rights, and contribution from member states. I think we have to be cautious and to look at the situation that currently is the international panorama. We have a war that is lasting for 9 months in our gates, which is forcing us to redistribute huge parts of our defensive budgets. We are also facing the consequences of the global pandemic, which many small countries haven't recovered from. And by the end, we are currently facing a strong shortage of energy. I think that increasing more new sources of income will endanger the European Union, as I want to remember to my fellow member states that obtaining more money doesn't make us wealthier. We have to keep the inflation low, and I want to remember also that the European Union is more fragile than we might think of, and we have to overcome these hard times by keeping things moderate, and I shall advise against the increase of the funds, the new sources of income, and thank you for your attention.
Poland, please.
Okay, I think we forgot to talk about the overall budget. As Portugal said, also Poland accepts and agrees with the Commission proposal. And talking about the plastic tax, we support and agree with the German proposal of reducing it at 0.5. But if we don't reach an agreement, I think we have a proposal. We can maintain it at 0.8, but with a mechanism in place to avoid excessive contributions from less wealthy member states, like Italy, Spain, Poland. That's it.
Luxembourg, please.
So Luxembourg wanted to say that an increase in the overall budget is not necessary. And regarding the digital tax, we, as a representative of Luxembourg, I think that, well, we support the digital and development of the digital tax, but with the only condition that its introduction won't be a case of double taxing or a violation of other existing tax treaties. Thank you.
Okay, Spain.
Yes,
The Czech Republic.
Spain would just like to support the idea of a digital tax, as implementing a 3% tax would generate 5 billion per year, which would make 35 billion in total, in addition to the whole MFF. So I think it's an idea to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for being specific, Spain. Czech Republic and France.
So the majority of the net recipients, and as well as the Commission and the EU Parliament, well, we support that the overall budget will have an increase, not as the beginning of 11.32%, but at least 10% of an increase, because of all the problems that Portugal stated, especially the COVID-19 for the small countries. And also, I want to remember you guys that 50% of the budget will be for new priorities, such as a transition to a modern and sustainable and robust continent. Also, especially for the environment. So we support as well the plastic own resource tax, and we think that the 0.8% is fine, and then we don't have to reduce or increase it anymore. Thanks.
Thank you, France.
I think that most of the member states agree to an imposition of a digital tax. Am I correct in this? So this could be one of the conclusions that show a relative majority as a proposal to have 5 billion of retracted from this digital tax, have more stability in our digital companies in the European Union, and therefore greater stability, which right now we do not have, unfortunately, due to Brexit and COVID-19. This will, of course, generate some relative revenue, as Spain mentioned with the figures. I do understand the point that Portugal made regarding well, inflation rates and having a relatively, not a huge change in our European Union, and therefore the suggestion of the French Republic is to reduce the plastic tax at the moment for 0.5 per kilogram. Therefore, the digital tax would be a more increased source of revenue, plastic tax 0.5, and for carbon emission system, France would be open to it, but at the same time, we would like to be introduced to it in a gradual manner due to our growing Euroscepticism, and imposing 3 taxes at the same time would not be very well accepted by the French society, as well as politics in our country would become furthermore unstable.
I think Romania wanted to speak, then Italy, and then Lithuania. I don't know if the fellow members are watching the clock, but we've been talking for 40 minutes and I still don't know if you want to increase, reduce, or maintain the budget. So I would appreciate I know that you want to implement a digital tax, so I'm assuming that you want to increase the budget, but then France proposes me that we have to reduce the plastic tax. So I don't know where exactly are we. So please, I would like to ask the member states to be a little bit more, let's say, clear on their personal positions, and not only clear on the personal position, but try to be compelling and reach an agreement. Romania, please.
Okay, so thank you. Romania thinks that also after having heard all the positions of other countries, the increase of the budget is not the solution. But anyways, in the same time, a change of the source of income is clearly what we are oriented to. So I think we think that the digital tax proposed by Hungary is really beneficial to everyone and to the overall budget. So we should take it. And as we can see, no one had criticized it. So I think this is the first common point we can agree on to move forward. Then for the plastic tax. Unfortunately, we cannot understand the position of who wants to even decrease it, because also because we don't think that Euroscepticism can be a matter for decreasing it, because it means only to escape a problem and justify people who wants to escape the problem of plastic tax and of the green transition, while this and the green transition is something that all Europe aims at, and also one of the core values of next generation Europe that is not discussed here, but is that plastic tax goes together with the green transition, and to reduce it is only to escape the problem. It's true that we need to implement it in a gradual way, also to let industries adapt and all, but in the same time, the green transition cannot be delayed. So we need to find a position in which this gradual position, it's not only on time, maybe it's also on helps and on policies, through policies, but it's surely something that we cannot delay anymore. Also, in conclusion, the position of the increase of a plastic tax to one per kilogram seems to Romania at this point the position that was mostly agreed by the countries. So I invite those who did not speak yet to express their position on it and move forward to the next block. Thank you.
It was Portugal and Lithuania. Yes. Yeah, well, Poland, Romania, Portugal, and Lithuania. Then I go for another 3, but we need to be more resilient here. More resilient, more efficient here. I did some numbers, because since the fellow delegates don't want to make numbers, now it's my job to do the numbers, which is something that I don't appreciate much. The proposal from France, because we need to be precise. I'm trying to be precise here, okay? You said that you want to reduce to 0.5%, 0.5 cents or 0.5 euro per kilo, which means that instead of making 42 billion of income, generated 6 times 7 years, we would generate 26 point something. So we reduce 15 million the amount of income, reducing the tax to 0.5. Plus, if we add the digital tax that Spain calculated very efficiently in 35 million, you are saying, France, your proposal implies that we are increasing the overall budget by 19 billion. Okay? This is what you proposed recently. So this is what I want to know. If we increase, if we reduce, and in how much. Okay? All the taxes, conditionalities, blah, 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 are not interesting at this moment for me. So please be concise and efficient, because yeah, the time that we waste here, we won't be using in other elements that maybe some countries think they are much more important. So please be precise, and I want to know numbers, okay? So who's next? I think it was Portugal and then Lithuania. Please.
Well, very briefly, I think we will mostly agree with France's proposal, but only in the digital part. We think that we have to keep it moderate, but in other senses, we think that we should start the voting session as we need to talk about any other topics, and I encourage members who doesn't speak or want to make a little statement to do it now and to have time to do it more later. Thank you.
Lithuania, real quick.
It's not necessary anymore. Sorry.
Sweden, Spain, and then we go for, well, wait a second. Belgium, we haven't heard your voice yet, so I will give you the floor. Sorry, guys, but...
Okay, so in general, Belgium is in favor of all of the proposed new sources of income. And if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that we increase the budget, but that we already start repaying the Next Generation EU fund grants, because we have to start at some point. And yeah, so I don't know if I misunderstood what Franz was trying to say, but if we start getting these new sources of income, we can start in 2023 to repay the Next Generation Europe fund, and we don't know what crises are yet to come, so it would make sense for us to start as soon as possible.
Very quickly, we have a scheme on how to pay the Next Generation funds. So I would like the fellow member states to stick to what we need to discuss. If you look at the page 13 of the document that I presented, how will the borrowing for Next Generation work and how we will pay for this? It's already agreed, and I said that we won't be talking about Next Generation. So this budget that you might increase by taxes will be used for the CAP, the cohesion funds, the administration funds, the regional innovation, and any other headings of the long-term budget, okay? So please stick to what we need to discuss now. Please, Sweden, then Spain. Who else had their hands raised? Latvia and Netherlands. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Sweden wouldn't normally agree with France's proposal of introduction of digital levy tax and a reduction of plastic tax. However, if we have more compelling priorities, we think that these two measures will damage our economic tissue. However, if we agree on some common grounds on maintaining a rebate system with some changes in transparency and the modality of delivery, we can accept this offer.
Good, Spain.
Thank you. I think in terms of concrete proposition, we might want to keep the plastic tax at the situation it was 0.8. So the people wanting to increase can keep it like we make a concession and we can reach an agreement, and we can impose a digital tax which would merely keep the budget but just add the 35 billion from the digital tax. But in that case, we would keep the plastic tax at 0.8, not increasing it to 1 and not decreasing it to 0.5. So it would just maybe help us reach an agreement.
I think it was Latvia.
Latvia just wanted to say what just Spain said, so we have to actually consider this option to leave the plastic tax as it is and considering the digital tax actually. Thank you.
Netherlands, you wanted to say something?
Yes, we just want to refresh the overall budget and say that we decide to to oppose the increase the overall budget. As we see the new situation after the UK Brexit, the smaller EU means a smaller EU budget, and we think that is worth to consider it. And about the new sources of income, we are not support the additional donation research and and we want to say that we think that it's worth to consider the reduce of the VAT base, since as we will it is a little added value and increase the complicity. So that's it.
So a new proposal on the table. Germany.
Thank you.
Also Croatia, you raised your hand, right? Okay. Germany.
Yes, I just want to remind that Germany's proposal is not over decreasing the plastic tax to 0.5 euros, but decreasing it just for a while and increasing it gradually until the 0.8 proposal from the Commission. And that could allow, as I said before, the industry to adapt, and this is only a delay of a few years. So at the end of the MFF, we will still have this plastic tax of 0.8 euros per kilogram. And so we don't actually lose 50% of the budget according to this tax, but less, which could be compensated through the 2% increase, 3% digital tax as France proposed. Thank you.
I'd like to remind Germany that if you want to delay the introduction of the tax, or if you want to reduce it for a few years, I would appreciate the calculations of this reduction. So if I'm telling you that if we do 0.8 times 7 years, which is 6 billion per year, we're doing 42 billion. If you want to reduce it, the first 2 years doing 0.3, the third year doing 0.5, and at the end doing 0.8, please, can you give me a number? Because I need to close a budget. I cannot play on whatever is, So please give me some numbers. Croatia.
Okay. Croatia, as a member of Cohesion, Friends of Cohesion, want to keep the overall budget the same. If we want to do this, we have to consider the fact that Brexit, leaving Europe, leaves a gap of 12.6 billion pounds, which translated in euros, I don't know the calculation, but should be some around that. And I think that both the digital tax and plastic tax are valid options. Considering that we would have the 35 billions, as Spain said, from the digital tax, and the 42 billions from the plastic tax, kept at 0.8 euros per kilogram, it seems the best option right now.
The plastic tax at 0.8 is what we have. We're not increasing anything if we leave it at 0.8. I just want to make clear. The only increase in this regard would be the 35 million coming from the digital tax, 3%, 5 million per year, around 35 billion. Okay. If you guys look at your clock, we've been 50 minutes discussing this in a block that should be 30 minutes. I allow this for you to realize what should not be happening in this floor. Okay? So now I don't gonna give the word to anybody else, and I will give you 2 minutes, and somebody has to become the spokesperson of the whole floor and give me an answer, an increase, decrease, or maintaining. If it's an increase, I need to know how much, because if we use only the 35 million presented by Spain, that's an increase of 3% of the overall budget. Okay? We have 1.2 trillion. If we increase 35 million, that's 3% increase in the budget. Okay? If we do French proposal, it's an increase of 2%, more or less, a little bit less than 2%. Okay? Because it's 19 million, according to my calculations, and if France can correct me, you can correct me. But if this is my calculation, it should be 19 billion, which is around a little bit less than 2%. Okay, and if you want to decrease it, tell me where you want to decrease it. Okay, and if you want to keep it, keep it. But I give you 2 minutes to discuss this, because if not, this will take forever. Yeah, you stand up, go somewhere, I don't know, go to the corner and talk, I don't care, but just give me a solution, because I'm getting very nervous. Please.
Yeah.
Consensus. Oh, you do. Trust me.
Okay.
So,
I think the conclusion of our discussion was to put the 3% digital tax and to keep the plastic own resource at 0.8, which will be an increase for the overall budget of 35 billion.
okay. So I think we have an agreement. We apply a digital tax, nothing else. No greenhouse, no tax on emission, nothing like that. We keep Strasbourg open, so France might be happy on that one. And we increase in 5 billion per year times 7 is 35 million. So we will have an overall budget of 1,245 billion. Okay? So now you have 35 billion to introduce it to your new CAPs or to your cohesion and blah, 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 or reduction from this, reduction from that. Okay? So I'm happy that you punish the digital companies. Now, can we talk about the CAP, please? And keep in mind what just happened with the overall budget. Okay? So I know it might be easier now because we have more money, so everything is easier with more money, but please make sure that we go to a meeting point in 30 minutes. Because coffee gets cold, so we're supposed to drink coffee at 5 o'clock, and we still have 30 minutes to go. So next block is CAP. Please, you know that the CAP represents almost 33% of the budget of the European Union. Now might be a little less, but we will see. The current proposal from the Commission is 378.5 billion, divided in two types of resources, which are European Agriculture Guarantee Fund, with its 291 billion, and the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, which is 87.5 billion. Okay, so this is the structure of the CAP. I think Sweden wants to say something, so please go ahead.
Okay, Sweden propose, given also the increased budget, to maintain the cap at the current level. We have to bear in mind that cap it's already really heavy burden on the EU budget, even if we have more resources to spend on. And we have also to consider cap as also financial burden, because it maintains also artificially high prices, and actually it advantage not small farms but biggest productions.
Austria, Italy, and Poland, and then I will go with Luxembourg and Lithuania.
Yes, from this point of view, we agree with Sweden, and we think that the budget for the cap should stay as it is, and mostly Austria's strategy is based on providing investment that will support and strengthen rural infrastructures, and of course, we aim to help smaller farms to develop more instead of focusing on the ones that are already developed. We want to sustain this production, this small production. It's our interest as a country. Thank you.
Yes, we said Italy, right? And then Poland.
First of all, Italy believes that we play an important part on the decision made that is going to be made about the CAP, because 4% of the Italian workforce is actually composed of agronomists, so that's a lot of people working. And first of all, we propose an increasement of 3% in the CAP, focusing more on the EAFRD, which is the European Cultural Fund of Rural Development, and also an increasement being the increasement in this part at 2%, and the other 1% goes to the EAGF. So that's our proposal, and please, let's discuss it.
An increase of 3% or 2%? 3, okay? 3% means around 11 billion or something like that, no? More or less? 11 point something, okay? Poland?
We are okay with the cap budget to maintain like this, but we are open to increasement. But we think that the CIP distribution is unfair. We know that Slovenia has a proposal and with the same objectives as us. For example, to support small farmers and to make the distribution more fair. So if Slovenia want to show us its proposal, we are here.
Let's hear it. A proposal, I like.
Okay. As it was addressed, we as Slovenia have a proposal because we believe that the increasement of the cap is secondary. Primary to us would be the distribution, the fairer distribution of the CAP, as the amount of smallholder farming, meaning farms that have a size of less than 5 hectares, make nearly 48% of the beneficiaries of the cap, of the CAP, but only receive less than 10% of the entire CAP budget. We find that especially very unfair and also very inefficient, as those farms with less than 5 hectares are those that would need support the most to enter markets and be market compliant. Therefore, we have two proposals to make, two ways to introduce a fairer distribution of the cap, benefiting small farms. First of all, the first proposal would be under the small farming scheme in the last term's CAP. The maximum amount for small farmings to apply without heavy bureaucracy could not extend 1,250 euros. We want that sum to increase up to 1,450 euros. Or the second method could be, our second proposal is to introduce a predefined budget pot of 10.5% of the entire CEP direct aid for farmers to go to small farms in general. So yeah, first way would be to propose a direct increase in the small farmer scheme up to 1,450 euros, so that small farms can apply for direct aid without without high bureaucracy. Or the second one would be a predefined budget pot, granting 48% of all farms applying to the direct aid 10.5% of the total, giving the rest of the 89.5% of CAP direct aid beneficiaries giving the rest of the 52% of CAP beneficiaries 89.5% of the total budget. So we deem that very fair.
Essentially, what Poland and Slovenia are presenting is a conditionality on the distribution of the CAP, okay? Conditionality related to small farmers. I see you, Italy, but I need to give the floor to the rest of the representatives. So I think it was Luxembourg and Lithuania, and then we will go to the other side. I can give you to Italy, and then we move to Finland and the rest. So Luxembourg, Lithuania, and Italy now.
Yes, so regarding the CAP budget, Luxembourg with Germany and France initially wanted to propose an increase of 2%, but right now we are open to the increase of 3%, that would be 11.36 billion. But to do that, we want to, the increase is decided to achieve the economical and green conditions. So as the representative of Luxembourg, since these are two main the two main topics. We think that the system should focus on a conditionality on the green and development towards more environmental good policies, but it also needs a simplification using only the indicators that are necessary to monitor the environment and climate performances of the CAP. Thank you.
First of all, Lithuania was in favor of keeping the CAP at the level proposed by the Commission, but in view of this recent increase of the budget, we are prepared to accept this small increase of 3%. But in exchange, we ask that a similar increase is also done in cohesion policy later on in the discussion. Moreover, we also want to state we are favorable to the introduction of these two conditionalities. Actually, I wanted to propose them myself, so total support in that regard. Thank you.
Italy.
As for the part that Luxembourg actually said, the green conditionality, Italy agrees completely with it if it means to increase the CAP, also because of the current situation that Italy is going with different climate change related disasters that have actually affected our agriculture. So we believe that it's also a priority to keep going to keep improving green energy and green reforms in the European Union. So we're completely in agreement.
Now it was Finland, Denmark, Czech Republic, and Austria on this side, and then we will move to the other side. So Finland, Denmark, Czech Republic, and Austria. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Finland is content with the proposed budget for the cap, but we're not really happy to increase it. Well, first of all, as far as we understood, one of the main contributors like Poland and Slovenia are content with the amount of the budget, but what representatives suggested was the conditionality and the intelligent distribution, and I think this also is a problem for Latvia and Italy, if I'm not mistaken, but the increasement of the cap may not solve the problems that you're talking about, so yeah, we're not very happy to increase the cap at this point, especially considering that we already implemented a digital levy, and countries that are very eager to increase their cap can put sources from there. So yes, thank you.
Denmark.
So for us, we believe that we could also need an increase in the CAP, and we actually would like to push for a higher increase of 5%. And I believe this will also help with what Slovenia and Poland want, with movement of funds to help their farming, because we can also empathize with that, because actually 60% of our land is cultivated, and so it's a very essential part to our economy, and so we can understand the need for this. And so with this 5% increase, we also have a conditionality, very similar to Luxembourg, with a lot on the carbon footprint. So in this, Denmark will act in reducing its carbon footprint, and we have a few plans to do so. We have found with our own country that we need to preserve the need for nature and wildlife, so we'll take profitable lands and turn it into more wildlife. And we are currently trying to cut down our livestock emissions by 50% by 2023, and this is something we'll continue working towards. And we can only succeed in this if we have a high enough budget in order to do so. Thank you.
Since we have the 35 billion surplus, which we discussed before, the Czech Republic well, supports 3% of an increase of the CAP, as well as the conditionalities. But 5% would be too much because it would be 19 billion, and it would be more than the half of what we just gained. So I think to be more flexible, also with other topics, as Lithuania as well said, that the cohesion fund will be very important in the next block that we will discuss, and a lot of countries will want to increase as well the cohesion. The Czech Republic thinks that a maximum of 3% increase with conditionalities and the consideration in be flexible in other topics is very important to keep in mind. Thanks. Sorry, and also if people agree, maybe the people that don't agree should talk so we can be faster with the decisions.
No, actually, after I've heard the proposal of Slovenia, we think that could be a good idea to increase direct funding. Like we can, as a country, Austria can accept a little quantity of conditionality. So just to increase direct funding, that could help small farms. Just want to say this.
Greece and Hungary.
We're inclined to believe that an increase of about 3% of the CAP to 390 billions and a reduction in conditionalities would be beneficial for the Union as a whole, considering this way that this fund is one of the most important and necessary to face the economic and food crisis that has caused the Ukraine's war. That will allow both the economic independence and the self-sufficiency of the European Union to be able to buy it blackmail. But I propose to countries that want to reduce it to increase less the CAP in exchange for reducing the conditionalities.
So Hungary is in agreement with the proposal put forth by Slovenia. We believe that small farmers are more vulnerable and need to be funded more. So we also think that increasing to 1,450 euros is a feasible and good proposal. It will definitely help the small farmers in Hungary and other member states as well. It's also worth highlighting that 15 countries from this council have opted for the small farmer scheme, so a lot of them do benefit, and it would greatly help all of us.
Yes, I would like to state Spain's support with Czech Republic ideas, and we think that the Denmark proposition of a 5% increase is too much, as it would be 18.9 billion, even if we have the new 35 billion funds. We think a 3% increase, so around 11 billion, would be appropriate, even if it's one of Spain's priority to have a strong CAP. We think that the rest of the funds should be used in other headings that will be discussed later. And we also agree on the implementation of conditionalities. Yes, thank you.
Romania, yes.
So Romania strongly agrees with the conditionality of Slovenia, and to go forward with decisions, as we see, the majority or even almost of us agree with this. So I think this is the first point in common. The first decision we have. Second of all. Second of all, it's okay. We can accept we can accept an increase of CAP. In exchange, we want to put more pressure on the cohesion policy. So we can accept our 3% increase proposed by other countries in exchange of more care for the cohesion policy. Thank you.
Slovakia, I haven't heard you, so I will give you the floor.
Yeah, Slovakia agrees with the position of Romania, and I think that, I don't know if you guys are okay, we can start closing this negotiation as everyone is okay with an increase of 3% with the conditionalities we have talked about.
Think Latvia wants to say something. Finland was not very happy with this proposal, so Latvia, please go ahead.
Latvia agrees with what they just said, and it's happy to close this negotiation by leaving increasing the CAP of 3% and following the conditionalities that were just said.
Is everybody happy with this? Belgium, Finland, Sweden. Belgium.
Belgium is initially wanted to keep the budget as it is, but as many countries want an increase, we would be accepting of an increase of 1.5%, which is about 5.7 billion, and we would urge to even strengthen the conditionalities on the green CIP, because we could not find an agreement on emission taxes. So for Belgium, the digital and the green transition is very important, and as we couldn't find any agreement on the emissions, that would be the red line that we draw. And we urge the member states to invest more in innovation and research, as the CAP also benefits from more efficient processes in agricultural businesses. So we would put the money that we don't spend on the CAP into innovation and make the agricultural businesses and the sectors more efficient. And yes, thank you.
Finland and Sweden, please. Finland.
Just to be precise, we all are talking on increasing cap, because previously we implemented digital tax, and all the sources we get from this tax we put into this 3% increase. Am I correct, or maybe calculations? Yeah.
No. It's 11.5 or 11.4 million, and you increase 35, so you have 24 to go. But it's a 3% increase.
Yes, 35 billion. In cap. Okay, thank you.
This 35 million if there are no correction mechanisms to fix the digital levy, but this is something that you might discuss later. I said Sweden, sorry.
Sweden would agree on a 3% increase of the majority of people, but has something to ask. Also more resource on security and defense, namely a 5% increase also there on both, but they are accountable for less budget.
Can we stick to the CAP, please? Okay.
So it's okay.
Who has something to say to the proposal that almost everybody agrees on, which is an increase of 3%, which implies 11.4 million extra on the CAP, with two conditionalities. Number one conditionality is the small farmers conditionality, so the money goes to the small farmer scheme proposal of the group of 15 people, 15 states, and then another green conditionality related to the farms improve their emissions and things like that. Is that correct? So Denmark is not happy with this? You're not happy or you're happy?
Denmark agrees with this. We were just about to say we agree with the 3% increase as long as we maintain these conditionalities and the small farmers fund.
Yes, but that's what we propose, right? Overall. Oh, okay. So at this moment, we can say that we have an agreement on the CAP. No restructuring, nothing else. Just increase the same proportion as it is now. So we will have a CAP of, let me do the maths, 378.5 plus 11.4, 389.9 billion CAP with two conditionalities. The small farmer, the conditionality that comes from the small farmer scheme agreement, and the green conditionality that's introduced to reduce the emissions of farms. Correct? Okay, good. Now you did a far better job than the previous block. Let me write it down so I don't get confused. So we have a CAP of 389.9 billion with the two conditionalities that presented here. Now, we will take a coffee break, okay, for 20 minutes. It was supposed to be 30, but I think I should punish you with 10 minutes for not doing your job during the first block. So, yeah, well, I'll give you 25 minutes so you can have some coffee. It's also because I need it. I see you the 22 or more, quarter to. Okay, so please, delegates, take your seats. What? The everybody is in their seats. Can we close the door? Yes, Austria, please, or Romania. We got our Romanian delegate doing extra job. Okay. Now, we will start at 17:45. We will discuss the cohesion policy funds, the cohesion funds. Some of you have questions regarding what is the amount that we are actually discussing. In the paper that I presented, or the Commission presented, you have, when it comes to key figures, we have a cohesion policy of 372.6 million, okay? This doesn't take into consideration the subheading of resilience and restructuring funds, which is 20 million, which is administrative money to manage the 700 something NG-EU money. So this is not money that we will take into consideration. What we are discussing is the increase or the decrease of the 772.5 million, 0.6, sorry, million in the cohesion policy sources. Yes? Is it clear? If in your papers you use another amount, I couldn't care less. All I want to see is that you manage or you push for your position. Yes, Croatia. 372.6. Okay, is that clear? You guys have the paper, right? And the key figures, the small, so it shows that it's the second biggest heading, correct? The reason why we use these 300, I just told you, because the other 20 extra million are related to the management of the 700 and something NGU funds going to the cohesion and structural funds. Yes? Clear? So this is the proposal. To be honest, I've heard a lot about cohesion, friends of cohesion, during your presentations and also when we discuss the CAP and the overall. So please let me know what we need to do with this. Lithuania, floor is yours. And then Slovakia.
Okay, Lithuania actually wishes to increase the fundings for the cohesion policy, seeing as this policy has brought great benefits to our country and to the others that benefit in particular from the cohesion fund. In fact, an example, it could be like in the last MFF, our GDP increased by 20%, like 20% of the increase in the GDP was directly related to this fund and this policy. Therefore, we wish to ask for a 3% increase, which would mean exactly 11.1718 billions, which we think is only fair since we just increased the CAP by a similar amount. This we wish to remember to all the other member states that spending to reduce disparities among the EU is actually an important goal of the Union. Spending to redistribute wealth among the Union, within the Union. So this is our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Slovakia, the floor is yours, and then Luxembourg.
Slovakia agrees with the proposition of Lithuania, as we also think that these cohesion funds also have a correlation with the correction mechanisms. As we said in past negotiations, if our goals as the EU is to overcome the disparities between regions, we can aim to have an equity in the sorry in the contribution of the total budget. As we know, the contributions are based on the gross national income, and cohesion funds help a lot smaller economies to try and overcome these disparities. Thank you.
Latvia and France and Sweden, or Hungary. Yeah, I will do like this. Sweden, you wait. I do the far end. So we do Latvia, Hungary, and France. Okay.
Okay, Latvia strongly agrees with what just Lithuania just said, and the proposal of increasing of 3% the budget of cohesion fund is really important. Latvia is keen to remind the importance of the 5 new cohesion fund targets to all those countries that will truly not be interested in increasing the budget, as for example Germany, France, Luxembourg, and the investment of such a big amount of money will be focused on 5 new objectives, which are smarter Europe, greener Europe, more connected Europe, a more social Europe, and a Europe closer to citizens by investing in a sustainable development of urban, rural, and coastal areas and the local initiatives. So we strongly agree with the proposal. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I forgot. Luxembourg had asked for the floor, so if you don't mind, Hungary, I just missed. Please, Luxembourg.
Thank you. So at the beginning, Luxembourg wanted an actual decrease on the budget, but since we have those digital tax money, we want to propose, as a representative of Luxembourg, I want to propose an increase of 2%, which is equal to 7.45 billion. And I think that 2% will be enough because this budget is also the one that gets the most money from the Next Generation EU, that is 776.5 billion. So I think that the developments towards digitization, climate, and all the topics that the Cohesion and Resilience Fund can all the topics that the Cohesion and Resilience Funds can cover, I think that the money that the increased amount of 2% and the Next Generation EU money will be actually enough for the member states. Also, I want to say that the other 11.19% that will be left as a conditionality, I want to say that we will redistribute that in the others headings, and the rule of law conditionality needs to, for an increment of 2%, needs to stay here. The support of Germany and France in this proposal is expected. Thank you.
So you are saying to apply conditionality to the cohesion funds? The rule of law conditionality to, so increase of 2% plus rule of law conditionality. Just to be clear. I think it's Hungary's turn and then France.
So the cohesion fund are the most prominent sector for Hungary, and here is the proposal that we hope all member states can agree to. We would like to maintain or increase 2 to 3% of the cohesion funds, but under multiple lines we would like to completely eliminate the rule of law and propose other conditionalities where it is more there's more positive incentives to implement the cohesion funds and ensure that they are distributed fairly and accordingly. But our main priority as Hungary is to completely eliminate the rule of law.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I must remind the member states of the decision of the Court of Justice of the European Union saying that, well, it is unacceptable for member states to violate the common values on which the European Union is founded, and is precisely why we even began this union in the first place, to maintain democratic values, the respect of human rights, everything that we've been talking about in our introductory statements. And therefore, even though France was against the increase of cohesion funds in the first place, since we have this increase in digital tax, I must agree that a 2% increase it can occur upon the conditionality that the rest of the remaining budget that, well, right now we have increased, is distributed to the headings of migration, security, and possibly as well, if there's remaining, to research and innovation, as well as administration funds. For this is a priority for France, specifically about migration and security, but this will be discussed later, I suppose. As for the rule of law, it remains a conditionality for France, and it is highly demanded that we keep it. A possible compromise, because we do need to reach an agreement, and we understand that Poland and Hungary will be opposed to this, is that, well, the two states are penalized by a reduction of their funds by 50%, and in the future, if in the next years there are noticeable improvements on the respect of the rule of law, which will be provided by their governmental reports to the European Union, an increase can occur steadily and in accordance with our European values. Thank you.
Croatia, and Czech Republic, and Bulgaria. I think the three countries on this side that wanted to say something. Then I'll go to the other sides. Croatia, Czech Republic,
Okay, Croatia supports Hungarian proposition of increasing 2 or 3% the cohesion fund. As Franz said, we need to reach an agreement even regarding the rule of law. So my proposition could be an increase of 2%, which would be 7.4 billion euros, with the rule of law conditionality applied in 5 years' time, so that applying a rule of law conditionality immediately would affect long-term projects that right now are implemented and shouldn't be affected negatively by this sudden introduction. I think that a 5-year time to adapt to the rule of law requirements could be a good solution with a 2% increase of the total budget.
So, to be clear, you want to apply the conditionality of the rule of law on the years 26 and 27. Is that correct? Okay. So, the next generation funds, we apply them straight away, yeah? Just to be clear. Czech Republic.
Well, the Czech Republic already thought about the possibility that Germany or France or a powerful country will stick to the will insist that the rule of law has to be fulfilled, and hence we are supportive on that matter. But of course, we can't give you CAP, take the conditionalities, and then you only increase it for 2%. So at least 4%, at least, and we accept the conditionality. We can live with that, but we have to be fair.
How much is 4%? Czech Republic. So you make
5% is 18.
So I have to do the math.
It's 15, and then it's still before it was 6, now it's 9 billion left for other headings.
Thank you, thank you. I just, I ask you because I want clear proposals, please. Bulgaria is your turn, I think.
Thanks. Well, Bulgaria agree with the proposal of Croatia to increase between a 2 and 3%. Okay, and then, well, I want to remember to the delegates that the next generation funds are different from the cohesion funds, are created to be different. So the proportion of these funds goes to another countries. And then about the conditionalities, I agree with the proposal of Croatia to increment in the next years, because maybe if not, we can achieve an agreement in this session. Thanks.
Okay, now we move to the other side. I think Sweden, Poland, and Portugal. And then I'll go to the front again. Sweden, Portugal, and Poland, yes.
Sweden want to propose a different or additional type of conditionality. It is a conditionality about a minimum quota of migrants per country. It involves obviously not only the country population but also its economy, and to have access to this fund, countries should respect the quota. Moreover, Sweden can approve the 2-3% increase, but won't accept further improvement.
Well, as much as we said against in the introduction, I think this is going to be one of the few conditionalities we will think that are necessary for this budget, which I think that should be a priority to transport sector. I mean, if we are talking about developing less developed regions, I think that one of the most important aspects are transport, how these undeveloped regions will connect with more richer ones or with another European countries. I think that the European members should follow the example of Portugal with when the cohesion fund results of last multi-annual financial framework were excellent. And I think that we should give priority to rail work, especially the Atlantic corridor and the Mediterranean corridor, and also more maintenance and expansion of roads in this underdeveloped region. Thank you.
We understand the rule of law conditionality, although we think that it's unacceptable interference of the European institution in the sovereign discretion of each country. We think also that there has been too much focus on punitive measures and not enough on incentives to respect the rule of law or steps to increase the public understanding and support for the rule of law. And I wanted to ask you something. Are you sure you want to maintain this rule of law? Because the World Bank's global governance indicators show that between 2009 and 2018, the rule of law deteriorated in 17 European Union member states. So not only Hungary and Poland, but also Bulgaria, France, Austria, Netherlands. So are you sure?
I think it was this term, right? They did Sweden, we did Portugal, we did Poland, and now we do the front, Germany, and who else? Okay, Germany and Hungary, and then we go Denmark and Romania.
Okay, thank you. So first I would like to say that I totally support proposal from Luxembourg and France over the 2% increase of the cohesion policies. Indeed, to answer our Czech Republic proposal of 5% increase, considering that the new budget is mainly financed by France, Germany, and the net contributors, I think it is important, as you said, to finance the cohesion policies to develop other countries of Europe, but also to reach the main goals of EU, that is ecological goals and growth goals. To talk about the rule of law condition, I would like to remind you that Hungary and Poland receives most of the budget that is allocated to cohesion policies. So Hungary receives a total of 22 billion over the total MFF, and Poland receives 75 billion euros over the total MFF, which is a lot. And this is why, considering the values of Europe, as friends said, that we would be in favor of only a decrease of 50% of the revenue you get through this mechanism, and review it every year in order to get your money back as soon as possible. Yeah, thank you.
Can you repeat this last part? What do you want to reduce, 50% or so?
We would like to reduce 50% the money that is allocated to Hungary and Poland through the cohesion policies.
If they don't follow the rule of law?
Yeah.
If they follow, it's okay?
We can reevaluate the situation every year, and if they follow it, if they respect the values of European Union, then yes, we could reconsider to give it back their money.
Hungary, you might have something to say.
Definitely. So Hungary commends Poland's opposition, and we stand together with Poland and other Eastern European states in fighting to maintain for our national identities. While France condemns our government, we believe that the EU has infringed on our national sovereignty and along with our judicial independence. And we are here to negotiate numbers and the structure of our state and not the government structure of our country. So we believe that the rule of law should be eliminated. We can consider the proposal brought forth by Croatia as it is fair. However, Germany saying that we should cut 50% is a bit unfeasible because there is a reason we are receiving the majority of those funds, and this is because our nations need it, our citizens need it. So we believe that cutting those funds is dividing the European Council, which completely defeats the purpose of the EU to bring together all member states. Thank you.
I think Poland wanted to say something. Sorry, Denmark, but I think the discussion it's directly interpelled the representative of Poland. So please, what do you have to say?
I think that this proposal is unfair, but if all states agrees on this, we have to introduce this conditionality, but to all the countries, so not only to Poland and Hungary, but to all member states that don't respect the rule of law.
Of course, the conditionality is applied to everybody. It's not a ad hoc conditionality. It might seem like an ad hoc conditionality, but
no, because Germany said that the proposal was to cut the 50% of the funds to only Hungary and Poland.
Well, to be fair to Germany, which I think the proposal is a little bit extreme, but to be fair to him, the only one with sentences from the Court of Justice in this regard, not the only one, but the ones with the hardest sentences is Hungary and Poland.
Yeah.
So I know where he goes, but yeah. Now, Denmark. I think the discussion is not finished, I assume, but in standby.
So for Denmark, first we believe that we should decrease the budget. However, from the discourse of my fellow delegates, we've realized that maintaining this budget would be the best course of action. And I don't agree with the Czech Republic, who believes that we should have a 4% increase, as such a dramatic increase does not seem acceptable.
He said 5%.
Oh, 5% does not seem even more acceptable. And this is because the Cohesion Fund already has such a huge budget, and I don't believe that the reasoning of the budget that we got from the further source of income, from the digital taxation, is a good enough reason for this, because we've already seen that the CAP has taken a quarter of this funding, and I think with such a grand amount that we have, we need to use it reasonably with other discussions and topics that we need to discuss today, such as research and innovation. And for the rule of law statement, I agree with France's proposal, and I think to come to conclusion, maybe we could agree on a 2% increase at most, and to maintain the current rule of law.
Romania and then Lithuania and Italy. Romania, your turn.
Okay, so Romania agrees with conditionality of Sweden. Agrees with, I think we can find a compromise with conditionality of rule of law and the consequential controversy we have with Hungary and Poland, finding a compromise, maybe also meeting the point of Croatia. Since we have a part of us wanting an increase in 2% and another in 4% and the majority in 3%, I think the common point is 3%. And Romania wants to stress a point about another conditionality we want to pose. That is the conditionality, as we said in the presentation, on prioritizing education, as education is part of the reason why it is a point in which we have to reduce inequalities, since we have more possibilities in the western part of Europe. So we would like to propose an increase of 6% for the European Social Fund Plus, from the Next Generation Europe Fund, so from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and the increase of 6% for European Social Fund Plus will be of 5.9 billions, and now is at 99 billions, and so it will amount only about 0.8% of the Energy EU Fund, and another 0.2% of the energy fund to the citizens equality, justice, citizens equality, rights and values, since we have to spread consciousness in the European citizens, and then to prioritize the net zero carbon economy and spread the consciousness of this through the cohesion itself. Thank you.
Can you repeat the first increase?
Yes, of course. While we accept the increase of 3% of the cohesion policy,
which is 11 million.
Yeah, it's 11 million inside the fund itself, not interpelling another increase, or something like that. It's just prioritizing education and net zero carbon economy. How do you prioritize education? You prioritize education by taking 0.8% of the energy fund, that is 5.9 billions, and take it to the European Social Fund Plus, and take 0.2% of the Energy EU Fund to take it to the justice, citizens, equality, rights and values, that for now amounts at only 0.95 billions out of a overall fund of 426 billion.
But what is the energy one that you're looking from?
No, the net zero carbon economy, I'm not taking from anywhere. It's just like a prioritize how, in the same way we prioritize the
Yeah,
small.
but the money that you put to the Solidarity Corps and the social fund, where do you take it from?
The Energy EU fund, so the recovery and resilience facility, that now amounts to 725 billion.
No. I said it at the beginning of the discussion that this part or this section of the heading we were not discussing. We are not arguing. You cannot take money from the NGU.
Yeah, but in the same time, before I asked if I could do this, and
No. I thought you were saying from another heading. I thought you said energy, no NGU. So I apologize for not understanding you correctly. But this heading we cannot discuss. The recovery and resilience, the 778 million or billion from the next generation, we cannot touch. Okay. So if you want to put extra money to the social fund and the justice, citizens, equality, rights, and value, you need to find it from. Maybe you can take it from the Erasmus Plus.
No, I will not take it from Erasmus Plus, since Erasmus Plus is part of the education program. And our main point is education, since we do not have a lot of problem in people coming in our country. We have problems of people going outside of our country because they don't have they don't think we have a lot of possibilities, academic possibilities in our country, and also job opportunities in our countries. We want to prioritize education.
So we are, to be clear,
Yeah.
so we can say that since we cannot touch the NGU, and sorry if I told you to do so, but it's not possible, what you're saying is to, from that increase, prioritize, then we will see how, in these subheadings, correct? The European Social Fund and the Justice Citizens thing.
The European Social Fund Plus, since it helped in the last 6 years, the majority of the countries in the development and the development both in the quality and in the access of education, in particular in the Balkans and in the Baltic countries.
Okay, Lithuania, what? We've been discussing the cohesion fund for 29 minutes, so I'm not sure we have time to discuss this much long. If you want, if it's gonna make a difference and it's gonna help somebody accept a certain agreement, yes. If not, we want to discuss the weight of the fund, of the heading, okay? And if you want to apply conditionality, I'm very happy to apply conditionality. Yeah?
Only to remember that this conditionality on the European Social Fund Plus doesn't want to overshadow the point that we want to remember how everyone is accepting the increase of 3%. So I think we should take that into account and start pointing out the first common point we agree everyone on, and so is the 3% increase in cohesion policy.
I didn't hear Denmark agreeing on the 3% increase, but so it's not everybody agreeing.
Of course, it's almost everybody. Yes, true. I correct myself. Is the majority.
Okay, Lithuania, you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to remind that even though not everyone has expressed their opinion, the Friends of Cohesion are still a group of 17 member states, so we hold a lot of bargaining power compared to France and Germany. That you are the main contributors, but we still are a lot of countries, and we would like to have our voice heard. Still, maybe the best that Lithuania can offer is a 2.5% increase, which would be approximately 9 billion. And we would ask then that some of the funds that we have left from the digital tax, which would be 10 billion, we would ask to put 3 of those billions in the European Strategic Investment Fund, which I know is also one of the priorities of countries like Germany. So could this be an acceptable compromise? And then this leaves us with 7 more billions that you can discuss where to put.
I'm not sure about these 7 million.
I thought that digital tax was
Yes, but I've been reviewing my paperwork and together with Spain and Sweden because they were the ones discussing this proposal, and what I read, what has been proposed to the parliament is that the digital tax would be like 50% of the share of the residual profits from multinationals that would be reallocated in the member states. So the multinationals pay these taxes, meaning that those countries that have these multinationals won't have that money to be invested in their countries. So if you want to use 35% of the 35 million of the digital levy, we might need to talk about correction mechanisms.
No, I thought that taking into account the correction mechanism, it would be 30 billion.
No.
Okay.
Well, it's, I don't know how much it is, but it would be what, around 5 to 7 million less. So you
Yeah,
would be
so
playing with
30
28,
billion. Okay.
28, 27 million more or less.
Which means 5.
If you unless you take out the correction mechanisms, which I'm sure somebody will be happy about that. So if you want to take the 35 million from the digital levy, no correction mechanisms. If you want to keep correction mechanisms, the digital levy is not 35 million.
No, but my calculation was taking into account 30 billion only of the digital.
Less.
Okay. Well, then this leaves us with 5 billions instead of 7.
Well,
but
I don't know.
this
All I'm saying is that when you do the maths, keep the correction mechanisms in mind. Italy, you asked the floor.
The delegation of Italy, it's in conformity with increasing 2%. We believe that the cohesion funds are an important way to fulfill our main goal as the European Union. Also, we believe that the proposal of prioritizing education is very important, and also the rule of law. So those conditionalities are completely fine with us. But we believe like 2% it's enough because it depends on how we allocate the funds and know how much money we have. So we believe that that's enough for all of us. And also we like to say and suggest that the European Union should also, we should have more of a say in how the allocation of the funds go, and also aid each other in ways to have a more efficient development inside our countries. Thank you.
If you have problems agreeing on a single quantity, imagine on distributing the sources. We can stay here until tomorrow morning. So please focus. If you want to discuss the restructuring of the funds, which I think is a great idea, be quick on the decision making, because honestly, what difference does it make from 2 to 3%? Okay, it's 3 billion. If it's those 3.75 or 72 million are very important for your country, show me how important is that or those 3 billion. If not, come on, it's already 35 minutes we're talking about cohesion funds. Jesus. I understand Denmark says, no, it's not 1%, it's 0. I don't want to increase. This I understand. But those who are going from 3 to 2, from 3 to 2, come on, guys. Denmark and Germany.
So we could agree with Lithuania's proposal with a 2.5, because I think we are struggling with deciding or 2 or 3%. And I think it will be best to find a middle ground on this conversation so that we can conclude. And also, I think Denmark would be open to looking at conditionalities of rule of law, such as Sweden's, but this will be based on the percent, and we will not agree with 3%.
Germany.
Okay. I think that Germany could agree on a 3% increase over the cohesion policies, since we found the digital tax. And I would like to add something over the rule of law. So we would like to make a proposal of no rule of law constraints for 3 years, and then 30% decrease instead of 50% over your contribution. That would represent over the overall period a 15 billion decrease in the money you get from the cohesion policies, instead of 48 billion for our first proposal. And I think that could let you time to change your institutions and then respect the rule of law. Thank you. I don't know if I was clear or not. Maybe not.
No, the thing is, the way I understand, you are delaying the implementation of the rule of law conditionality for 3 years, correct? And the fine, I'm sorry, but probably it's not you who decides how much money you give to the countries if they don't apply to the rule of law. Meaning that might be the sentence from a court what decides the punishment for them not following the rule of law. So we stick to the temporality thing with the delay, and the other numbers you don't need to listen to it because it's not Germany's decision, it's the Court of Justice decision. Okay, understood? Yes, Germany? So it will be, if the Court of Justice says that the rule of law, or they are not following the rule of law, they can suspend the funds, the full amount. Okay? So it's not in our hands as the council to decide this. What we can decide is when we start to apply the conditionality, and we need to inform the the Court of Justice that we are deciding this because it's in the budget thing, okay, in the budget law, okay.
Okay, then we're only in favor of a delay of 3 years.
The delay, okay, perfect. Hungary on the response, I guess you need to respond, and then Sweden has been asking for the floor.
Just to clarify, so Germany's proposal is there's no reduction in the first 3 years from our our funds. Okay, so and then after 3 years you plan to deduce from the funds.
After 3 years, it will be in the decision of the Court of Justice,
Okay.
according to what the teachers.
If in 3 years the council has the feeling that you are not following the rule of law,
okay,
you or whatever country, as Poland exposed, because it seems that we are doing an ad hoc budget, but this should apply to everybody because the conditionality will apply to everybody. If the council finds out after 3 years that some countries are not applying the rule of law, okay, then the council will file a demand or a sue, or they will sue these countries to the Court of Justice of the European Union. And it will be the Court of Justice who decides if they still receive their money or not. Is it clear? Yes? Sweden.
Sweden stick with Lithuania proposal of 2.5 increase and also with focus to innovation and research. However, I want to point out that this collaboration isn't for free, and for us, rebates, the removal of rebate system is out of discourse.
Clear? Everybody is on the same track. The rebates are not of discussion. Czech Republic.
Right. So I can speak for the friends, for the group of Friends of Cohesion, that we all agree at the 2.5% of increasement, and that we agree with the conditionalities we talked about. And yeah, Sweden. I wanted to speak before you, but about the rebates, that will be after in discussion, I guess. I don't know.
No, we can talk about rebates now. We can talk about correction mechanisms. We can talk
okay,
about whatever you feel like, because he's just brought it on the table.
All right.
He wants all of you to agree on accepting these 2.5 plus the conditionality of the rule of law only if the correction mechanisms are untouched. Meaning also that the increase of the digital levy is less, it's 28 million. Correct? Is that correct, Sweden?
But we talked about CAP being increased if cohesion will be increased. So it's
Yeah.
yeah.
But maybe the friends of cohesion are a very good friends of cohesion, but they are not friends of correction mechanism. I don't know.
Yes.
You should tell me. Okay. Latvia, yes.
I just wanted to say that Latvia stands with the Czech Republic, and I think as a part of the Friends of Cohesion, we all can kind of agree with what Sweden just said. So it's okay to just end these arguments and just saying that we're going to have an increase of 2.5% and we're not going to talk about the correction mechanism.
How many spokespeople do we have of the Friends of Cohesion? We have Latvia, we have Czech Republic. No, I want one spokesperson. Romania, yes. I'll talk to you later, Czech Republic.
No. What Czech Republic said is good and is representing the will of the Friends of Cohesion, but at the same time, we can't accept not to talk about and discuss about mechanism corrections because it's something that is really delicate, and I think everyone has a position on it. So to just skip the correction mechanism discussion is a little bit is not helping us. So we should talk also about the correction mechanism, and apart from and before Sweden talk about the correction mechanism, and before talking about correction mechanism, my impression is that both Friends of Cohesion and other member states are accepting the increase of 2.5% proposed by Lithuania and Latvia. So if some member state, if any member state does not agree with this, please take the word. And in the same time, I think that everyone is accepting the conditionalities we put, including the one Romania proposed on education. If any of you don't agree with the conditionalities, also take the word, and we will talk about correction mechanism. Thank you.
Czech Republic, Hungary,
Yes.
and Croatia.
It's only short.
Sorry, and Spain. Maybe Spain first. Sorry, because it was on this side. Sorry.
No?
Whatever, yeah. If not.
So, since with the rebates, it would be only 28 billion, and increase of 2.5 is 9.315 billion. And we already said the increase of 3% in the CAP, that's 11.3 billion. We still have these 8 billion of flexibility, and that's why this argument of not talking about the mechanism is not a question, because 2.5 increase doesn't change anything about what we talked before. So we can talk about the correction mechanism, if it's eliminate or if it's just to change it and make it more transparent, whatever. We can talk about this later.
Yeah, but from what I understood from Sweden, that's not the point. The point is the representative will agree on this if all of you agree on not touching. What happens if they touch the correction mechanism, Sweden?
I mean, we can discuss the to render how to render it more clear, but the quantity is not to be touched and the allocation. Like, my point is that I agree. I'm collaborative with this. I agree with Friends of Cohesion, even if it's not my point to increase cohesion and cap. However, I expect something in return, so I cannot proceed to other fields without have any insurance about correction mechanism.
He wants a clear position in order to move to other cells. I don't know if it's enough that Sweden says that, but the rest up to you. Spain, now it's your turn.
Yes, I would like to say that considering that I'm going to quote the last meeting we had with the Friends of Cohesion, we agreed that any cuts in the investment capacity of cohesion region would be unacceptable. We didn't have any cuts of the cohesion policy, which is already something that we should be happy about. And so I think if we get the 2.5 increase, it's already a good thing, and that we could agree on keeping the rebate mechanism.
I believe that the correction mechanism topic will slow down the whole agreement about cohesion, because as Czech Republic was saying, the money to finance cohesion policy would come from the digital tax. And if we're talking about national achievements, we can apply the migration rate conditionality, as Sweden was proposing. Romania also was supporting it. We can also support the education conditionality in order to support the 3 years delay of the application of rule of law, because if we invest in education, we're starting to work from the root about the problem of rule of law violations in other countries. So if everyone can try to agree, the proposal would be a 2.5 increase with the conditionality of rule of law applied in 3 years and the conditionality of migration and education. I don't remember who proposed transport. Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Could Sweden repeat the conditionality on migration?
Namely, it's a conditionality involving like a minimum number of migrants that every country should take, considering population and national economy. However, what this is my like. I cannot accept. Maybe we can talk about a different way of the rebates, but I cannot go on without knowing that rebates are not will not be removed.
Anybody has a problem with the rebates? Does anybody have a problem with the rebates? Please raise your hands up high so I can see. What is your problem with the rebates? Slovakia, what is your problem with the rebates?
I think that we need to focus in why do we need these rebates, because these mechanisms will help the countries with more contribution in a short term, and it's not like focusing on the main problem why do we need these mechanisms and how can we solve the problem behind them. And I think it's not a good idea to not talk about them, because we have to find solutions behind the problem.
Okay, can we talk about them without considering the amount, or we need to talk about the amount? No. The cohesion, I'm pretty much sure that we reach an agreement. The thing is, rebates, we want to talk about it. Some of you want to talk about it, correctly? But do you want to talk about the amount, or do you want to talk about other issues like transparency and blah, blah, blah? Yeah. Romania, sorry.
Okay, so to find a compromise, Romania wants to propose 2 alternatives. The first alternative is to find a solution for a more transparent and clear way to allocate the rebates, not to remove them and not to reduce the amount to meet also Sweden proposal. And the second alternative will be to let the rebates how they are now, if in the cohesion policy the friends of the cohesion are prioritized with allocation of the fund. Thank you.
Yes, sir, from the Czech Republic.
Yes. So, 5 reasons for the correction mechanism. So it's complicated, it's non-transparent, it's an outcome of political bargaining of powerful states. A lot of criticism of the Eurosceptic states, and it's the only justification of the states that provide more that we have the rebate. So what we want is just to improve the system equality and to all talk, at least give us a chance to talk about it. Not saying, okay, we will not talk about the rebates if we do this. That's not fair.
Lithuania?
If I'm not mistaken, I think that Sweden already mentioned before that it will be favorable to the introduction of a criteria for the assignation of the allocation, not the allocation, for rebates and for when they need to be, like, they need to finish. So that's
Okay.
also already set to
I will
attention.
ask a very clear question. Everybody opposes on the final amount of what, 14.5 billion is it? The rebate amount, the total? The rebates, how much they amount? 14 million? 14 billion? So does anybody have a problem with the 14 billion on rebates?
We don't have a problem if in the cohesion policy the friends of cohesion are prioritized.
Wait, because the only
In a
condition
strong way.
the only condition that he said is don't touch the amount. We can discuss about anything else, but don't touch the amount. Is anybody has a problem with the amount? No. Okay, so because we don't have any problem with the amount, we can stop talking about the amount. Okay? I think about Pulp Fiction now. So we don't have a problem with the amount, so we can talk about the the cohesion increase, 2.5 proposal by Lithuania, Latvia, and a few other countries from the up north. Is that correct? We agree on the 2.5, correct? Which is an amount of 9.3 million, correct? Okay, now, conditionalities on these. We apply the conditionality of the rule of law, but we delay it for 3 years, correct? Okay, and then we apply a conditionality based on if you invest in transport or transport infrastructure. Also, you get preferable access to the cohesion funds. And the other one was migration quotas.
Migration quota and education.
And a priority on education. And then a quota for migration. Okay. I think Sweden can go to a party tonight. Allowed the discussion to be longer because we were talking about correction mechanisms. Anything that we need to talk about the correction mechanisms, I give you 5 minutes. What is it that we need to talk about correction mechanism once that the amount is not put into the table? What do you need? Croatia.
Right now, the correction mechanism for SDR, they apply in a regressive way. as the Monti report states. So what we would ask is not to touch the amount, but to rethink the transparency of the process.
Everybody agrees on increasing transparency on the rebates process?
Yes.
Yes? That was quick. What else on rebates and correction mechanisms? Just transparency? Czech Republic, you had 5 issues that you wanted to deal with.
Well, the transparency.
Yes, we fixed it.
That will automatically be more clear for everyone to understand. So it's also less complicated. And that not only the powerful states have a saying. That is now the case. It's not only them that have the saying of the. So yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, so correction mechanisms, also we can finish the discussion, yes? We will keep them for the next 7 years. We will try to make them more transparent from year 1, I assume, no? Maybe year 2, because you are a little bit, and then we still keep the same amount or the proportion related to what is presented, correct? So, we do have a correction mechanism on the digital levy, meaning that the amount that we can play with is 28 million, correct? And you already spent 20, if I'm not mistaken. 20 point something.
No, but
20.6.
the digital divide was 35 billion.
Yes. 35 minus the correction mechanism.
Ah, okay.
No? We said that earlier? Yes? So we have now at this moment 7 million to play with, correct? Can we go fast with these 7 million? Because we have to discuss 3 issues. Research and innovation, which is something that some countries are very fond of. European strategic investments, correct? And the administration fund. Yes? This block, because it's 6:45, and I know you guys, which you take quite some time, we will do it all together. Okay? These 3 topics, we can discuss them together. Okay? Keeping in mind that we have a 7 billion budget at our disposal, and that correction mechanism discussion is finished. Rule of law discussion is finished. Yes? So now, I think it should be smooth. Yeah? See? So, I'll go straight to the Research and Innovation Fund, because I'm very worried. Yeah, it's taking long, huh? Oh, you thought that these guys earn money for nothing? Huh? Research and innovation is 93.72 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, what's the deal with this? Who wants to keep it as it is and listen to the commission, because the commission, we are very smart. Nobody. Everybody wants to increase. Oh yeah, Lithuania.
Actually, I would like to keep them as they are, because there's already been a great the funds have already been increased a lot since the last MFF, so we could be satisfied with these 93.72 billions that are already a lot. Then we are more interested in the European strategic investments. So. I can tell you the amount if you want. I would like from 2.5 billion to 3 for the European strategic investment.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it very short. Slovenia is supporting the Lithuanian proposal completely. We also don't want to increase the research and innovation fund and just put it into the strategic investment fund. Thank you.
Anybody has a opposite opinion on this? So Italy is. I was hoping that Finland would raise his hand because, yes, Finland.
Yes, I just want to maybe clarify that European Strategic Investment Fund is working on a bit different scheme than the other foundations, because it's based on the voluntary demand. So not all the countries that actually need to be digitally more educated will apply these investments. So so maybe it's not a good idea to keep this two sectors together, to intertwine them. Yeah.
Italy. Hungary also raised their hand. Italy, go ahead.
Okay, in the case of the research and innovation funds, Italy believes that we should defund Horizon Europe, which is basically a plan that is part of the research and innovation plan about the democratic objectives and stuff. That is actually 9 million euros. We believe that before we've talked about like the rule of law and how we're going to control, and I think that's enough as it is. And Horizon Europe is just like kind of taking space. So for that reason, we believe we should be defunding it. 9 million euros should go to the strategic fund, to the strategic investment funds, and that's how we can relocate the money. Let's discuss it.
Sorry, you're taking money from research and innovation to put it to the European strategic investments. So you are decreasing the research and innovation fund.
Yeah, but actually from that part of the Horizon Europe, which is just like
yeah. From where then we discuss, but you are
yeah
proposing to decrease
and
the
it's strategic.
Czech Republic. Sorry, Hungary first. Sorry. You need to remind me because I.
So Hungary does not favor this proposal. We believe that research and innovation is equally as important to the European Strategic Investment Fund, and we would actually like to allocate the rest of the funds to both sectors, so increasing 4% in the research and innovation, so that would be 4 million, and then the rest direct that towards the ESI funds. We believe that our public research system is really underfunded, and research and innovation is amongst our top priority as we change and become more digitalized and modernize our economies, and I believe that every member state here would highly benefit from that. Thank you.
Yes, we want to say that also for the Czech Republic, the second sector, the European strategic investment is slightly more important, but both are important for us. So we do think that it's a good idea of Hungary to take this 7 billion we have left and distribute it in these two headings or subheadings. Now I'm not sure if 4 billion should go to the first and 3 to the other, but we can discuss this shortly.
In short, the rest of the money we put it in these two, and administration we leave it as it is.
Administration, we would like to decrease it.
Budgets need to be balanced. So as much as we increase, we need we need to spend, at least on paper. Sweden.
Sweden, given the importance of energetic security in this harsh period and the importance also of having a green energy source, propose an investment of 1 billion both in Euratom program and the ITER program. These are two programs aiming at development of one of nuclear fusion, the energy way of energy of the future, and the other of implementing nuclear facilities that are a good way to move Europe towards energetic independence and a low carbon way to achieve this goal.
Italy, you wanted to counter or to answer the proposal from Hungary, I think.
First of all, I believe that we shouldn't like touch the administration funds at all. Um, but we should also like divide the money. We believe that we should divide the money between both of them. And I want to clarify the first proposition that I made, which is basically based on the Horizon Europe and trying to like also directly speak to Hungary. Because this Horizon Europe, it's basically observing the democratic processes of the countries. It's actually benefiting you that it's completely defunded. So that's that point, because the research and innovation funds, it's like it has 6 main issues, and it's not just like giving money to the to like increase investigation. It also has some other aspects, and I think democracy's been talked about before, and is money that we can use to fund some other programs such as strategic investment funds, which are really important now that we are in crisis. That's it.
Okay, Austria.
Like initially, Austria wanted to keep it as it was, the research and innovation funds, but then we are open to distribute these funds, the amount of money and research and innovation fund, also in European strategic investment funds as proposed, but we don't want a decrease of administration funds.
You don't want to reduce the
No, we don't want to reduce.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
I think Luxembourg has something to say about that.
Yes, thank
and
you.
France.
So Luxembourg would like to propose an agreement or an increasement of 2 billion in research and investment, and in the research and investment fund, and of 2.32 billion in the European strategic investments.
How much?
2.32.
So it's already 4.3.
I didn't understand you.
So you said 2.5 million in research and innovation.
No, 2 billion in research and investment, and 2.32 billion in European strategic investment. And the left, that is the other 3 billion to redirect them between migration and border management, security, and administrational funds.
Germany and France.
Germany just want to say that it supports Luxembourg proposal, and I want to add that an increase in the innovation of Europe also means an increase of the GDP, of the global GDP, which will actually have positive effects on all the countries of Europe. So I think it's really important to invest in this field, and that's why I think we should support Luxembourg proposal in order to have a balance. Thank you.
And France agrees with Luxembourg and Germany, and we find that we would like to impose another conditionality on research and innovation. France wishes to propose a widening of the peripheral zones of the countries in order for overseas French regions to benefit from the discussed budget. And other than that, 2 billion for research and innovation, 2.32 in ESI, and then accordingly 1 billion would go to migration, 1 billion to security, and 1 billion to administration, so that we have a relatively balanced budget.
Romania.
So first of all, I did not really understand the conditionality on research and innovation.
It's a colonial thing.
It's a colonial
You won't
thing.
understand.
Okay, okay.
In
Not-
order for
not my
French,
type, okay. And Romania agrees with and accepts the Luxembourg proposal, even if it's okay of a 2 billion in research and innovation, 2.5 in European strategic investments, and the rest of the 3 billion, we don't think it's the priority to put also 1 billion in the public administration. Romania proposal is to let it as it is, the public administration, and focus more on migration, because now is more than ever a priority for Europe. Thank you. So it would be or 2 billion in migration and 1 billion in security, and let it as it is, public administration.
Belgium.
Thank you. So in general, we agree with Luxembourg's proposal, and we would like to highlight the importance of the European public administration because it's the basis for all of our proceedings, and we need this money in the fund. And regarding the crises in the last few years, we see that the responsibility of the public administration is growing, and the tasks and the labor, the expenditure of the labor is increasing very strongly. So we would like to urge the member states to keep that in mind, that it's just the basis for all of our work that we do in the European Union, and to achieve our goals in general, we need this fund, and we need a strong administration to get to where we want to be.
Especially with all the conditionalities that you're applying. Italy and Luxembourg.
First, we want to talk there's been a lot of talk about migration and how to allocate the money to migration, and we believe that's important, but we should talk more about the countries that actually deal with our frontiers, which are basically the countries in the south: Spain, Greece, Italy. And I think that if we want to allocate money towards migration, then we should have a conditionality that specifies that we are going to be the ones that are going to be benefited, because we're the ones that control the borders. So I think that's fair.
Yes, so I wanted to agree with Belgium, and I wanted also to remind the fellow states that not increasing the administrational budget would be a major loss for the well-functioning of the European Union institution, and that the Commission also declared that the proposal of this heading is already a minimum and represents a decrease in real terms when compared to the last multi-financial framework. And to put that into numbers, the Commission proposal for this multi-financial framework was of 22.5 billion, which in 2018 prices is only 73.1 billion. I think Luxembourg thinks that decreasing this budget also means a direct threat to the delivery of the European policies, and this is a crucial point that should not be ignored. Thank you.
Slovakia.
Okay, so for
Bulgaria.
the European administration funds, yes, sorry, we think that only putting 1 billion euros more in this heading will not, we won't reach any more performance we're having in Europe. So even for us and for our citizens, it won't be like a justified increase, I think. So I think we should keep them as they are right now.
Thanks. Well, Bulgarians agree with Romania. We think that we have to increase the budget in the Research and Innovation Fund and the European Strategic Investments, but maintaining the European Public Administration funds, because we think that the immigration is more important nowadays. So many countries have problems with that. And for example, Sweden talk about the conditionality of doing like a more interesting repartment of the immigrants. So this have a cost. So for that, we think that maybe we have to maintain the European public administration.
It's 1 billion we're talking here. Denmark.
So Denmark agrees with Luxembourg's proposal and also with Belgium's idea that administration funds are important. So we do not agree with Romania's proposal of ignoring the administration funds. But with this, the conditionality would be to focus more on the European schools for the distribution of where we put the administration funds, and for there to be less on the administration funds. Because since Brexit, there is still the same amount of work for the EU staff, so we must not neglect them because they are what support us in our debates and our policies to put them out. So yeah.
Finland, Portugal, and Poland. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, in general, Finland agrees with Luxembourg's proposal, but it really seems that we don't pay much attention to the exact sector of research and innovation, because only 9% of the whole enterprises in EU have a high percentage of high digital index. And if we talk about digital adoption in the EU's economy, it's only 65%. And actually it seems that with more digitalized economy, society and everything, we will be better in managing problems with migration, democracy, etc. And sometimes it feels that the EU sometimes is lagging behind such states as the US or Japan in this sphere of digitalized economy. And it really makes Finland sad to not stress out this field so much. So yeah, thank you.
Well, I think if it was our case, we will just throw it all to research and innovation, but I think that we should be fair to every country and its demands. I think that 1 million from each sector, except for research and innovation, who would get 3, shall give 1 billion to each one. That means 1 billion for administration, 1 for security, 1 for migration, and 1 from the European strategic investments. Regarding the...
It's more, the European strategic investment is 2.5 or 2.3. 2.3.
Yes, but the increase of the remaining budget we have available.
Yes, yes. The proposal from Luxembourg, which almost everybody has agreed, is 2 million research innovation, 2.3 in strategic investments, 1 million migration, 1 billion security, 1 billion admin.
Well,
that's the proposal.
Okay, so we would like to, instead of 2.5 million on the European strategic investments, to shift it that half billion to the research and innovation, as I would like to remember that research and innovation is not only digitalization, it's also, in the case of Germany, how to make better cars or how to heal fetus diseases to our citizens. So I think the future comes through the research and innovation funds, and we shall be conscious, and I hope that every member state of the negotiation will appreciate that distributing the money like that will help collectively all. Thank you.
It's 300 million, what you're talking about here. Poland.
Initially, we wanted to cut the administration funds, but as we maintained the correction system and we have also some money left, we agree on Luxembourg proposal on giving the 1 billion to administration funds, because we think that the work for
the correction system and also for the new sources of income, it's so much work. So if anybody agrees, I think that it could be a deal.
Real quick, Hungary, Romania, Czech Republic.
Initially, we also wanted to cut administration funds, but we could support the 1 million allocated to it. However, we would also like to recognize Eastern European countries to take primacy as well, with Italy and other states under the border management funds, because we also have had migration crisis, and we believe that we do need sufficient funding for that heading.
From where are you taking it?
From the allocated. We don't want to change anything with the funding. We just want to be recognized as one
the
of
one receiving
as
the
top
money.
recipients of the fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I forgot. Romania and Czech Republic.
Okay, so Romania stands along with Hungary on the attention that it's the eastern part of Europe deserves, and wants also to stress out the thing that the Balkans need more attention, like the border management in the Balkans, since many, both Romania and Bulgaria have fulfilled all the requirements to enter the Schengen area, but it's not still recognized, and a lot of our citizens struggle to go to also to work from one country to another. So it's not only southern Europe who suffer from for this heading, but it's also the Balkans, who have a large flow of people coming from the eastern part of the world, east of Europe, and still Romania does thinks that we have to remember that we are not talking about cuts. We're not talking about we are increasing every heading. We have increased every heading. We are not saying that the public administration is not important. In fact, we are not decreasing it. We're just saying that in this moment, since we have 82 billions in European public administration, while we have only 25 billions in migration, to allocate 1 billion to migration, 1 billion to security, and 1 billion to European public administration is not fair if we consider our real and current priorities. So I think we are not cutting European public administration. We are recognizing the importance of it. We're just saying that migration needs more priority now, and so we stick with the Luxembourg proposal, but just propose to allocate the 1 billion that is gonna go to European public administration to migration, and so have 2 billions to migration and 1 to security and defense.
So you don't stick to Luxembourg's proposal?
Yeah, we stick with the allocation of 2 billions for research and innovation, as Luxembourg said. The 2.3.
I'm not sure if you have noticed what Luxembourg preferences are in this proposal, but okay.
Of course, but I have to stick with what I hear and what I listen. So I say that all the allocation is good, but 1 billion that we are gonna put in the European public administration must be put in migration, and then we agree also on Finland's position of the importance of digitalization, as there are far enormous inequalities, and so a conditionality on digital transition should be put.
It's 7:15, okay, and we are mumbling around 1 billion in a budget of 1.2 trillion.
But it's also true that we have only 25 billion in the budget of migration, so it
is true.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is that I don't want to deal with this billion anymore. So I give you 2 minutes to agree on something among you in an informal arrangement, because I don't want to keep going like a ping pong table. 1 billion here, 1 billion there, 1 billion here, 1 billion there. I know this is also an important element, but please. I don't want to hear it. You guys discuss it. I don't want to hear it.
Thank you.
But
Don't forget that you've increased 19 or 28 million by introducing a new tax that somebody will have to deal with this tax. And you introduced shitloads of conditionalities. You are the group that most conditionalities has ever introduced in the European Union budget. Yeah. I push for that because the Commission eats from that, you know. So I'm biased. I'm biased, but with a reasoning behind, which is no, no. It's,
with the mic so that we get more concentrated, then we conclude somewhere. So, France is a nation that really cares about migration. We have the Club Med, which is part of why we're pushing for an increase in migration, and that is why we're actually content with the 1 billion of increase. We would have agreed to an even further increase, but at the same time, France is a nation that, apart from the Strasbourg thing that was mentioned in the very beginning, we really also care about administration funds and would like to support Luxembourg on this in order to reach a consensus in a union in which there are disagreements and conflicts. We could say that at the moment migration is an issue, but at the same time we have Brexit, we have COVID-19, we have to handle all of the administrative part of, well, a digital tax, handling everything that I just mentioned. Therefore, 1 billion and 1 billion, and that's the proposal.
Okay, Romania accepts this proposal and would like to also bring to light the proposal, I think, of Denmark before about prioritizing the European schools with improvement of the European public administration, with increase.
I think we can agree to this.
I was just going to say, I just wanted to get Luxembourg's opinion, saying, do they agree with prioritizing the European schools?
To negotiate the redistribution of the of the inside budget, but that billion is crucial for us.
Thank you.
Is it clear now? Okay, let me see. Because I was, distracted. So we increase 2 billion the research and innovation. So from 93.72 to 95.72, correct? European strategic investments, we increase 2.3. Is that correct? So it will be 35.2, no, 0.918, yeah, more or less, correct? Yes, I still do my maths correctly after 5 hours listening to you guys. And then the administration fund, which is 82 million, will be increased by 1 million, so it's become 83.47, correct? And then you guys have decided to play with some other budgets, which are related to border management and migration, which is heading 4, and you will, it's heading 4 and heading 5, correct? Heading 4, 1 million, so it's going to be 26.7, yes, which is heading 4. Migration and border management, that's 1 million. And then the heading 5, which is security and defense, 1 extra million, correct? Which will end up being 15.92 million. See? Clear? And in the administration, prioritizing European schools and pensions. Priority, that's actually quite good. My pension sounds interesting. European and pensions. Correct. Now, let me recap after 4 hours and 23 minutes minus our break. So after 4 hours of an intense debate, we have decided to increase the overall budget by 35 million, which actually, since we accepted the correction mechanism, is by 28. So our final budget is 1,238 billion, correct? 1,238 billion. Okay. And the money comes from a digital levy that will be administered by the public administration of the European Union, which has a correction mechanism because most of the companies are placed in one type of countries. So the correction is needed. With that money, which is around 28 million or 27 something, we increased the CAP by 3%, if I'm not mistaken. no? And it was 389.9 billion. And we introduced two conditionalities. More work for the administration, Andrea. Small farmers scheme conditionality proposed by the countries that signed the agreement of the small farmers scheme, and the green conditionality to reduce emissions of farms and etc. Correct? If I'm mistaken, let me know. Then cohesion has been increased by 2.5%, which is a total of 9.3 billion, making the cohesion fund a 389.9 billion, correct? So if I'm not mistaken, both the CAP and the cohesion funds represent the same amount of money, 389.9, right? Very good, you guys. I think you should buy this number for the lottery. And in these cohesion funds, you've introduced new conditionalities, Andrea. Rule of law conditionality that will be applied in 3 years. Migration quota. So you somehow you are tackling the migration issue. And transport investments, if I'm not mistaken, proposed by Portugal, and the education priority, correct? See? Then, in the research and innovation, after the long discussion, we've added 2 billion out of the extra money coming from the taxes. 95.72 is the final amount. Then the European strategic investments is 35.18 because we introduced 2.3 billion. And then administration we increased in 1 billion and prioritized the subheading of the European schools and pensions. And heading 4, which is migration and border management, we increased in 1 billion, 26.7. And heading 5, which is security and and defense, if I'm not mistaken, 15.92. Yes? Is that all? Very good. What?
Correction.
We agreed on maintaining the correction mechanisms, but we added a revision of them, focusing on the transparency. Thank you, Adam, because I didn't write this down. Because this we will compare with the other group, what you guys got and the other guys get. Also, the time to reach decisions will be an important element. Correction transparency. Yes, clear? This will be recorded and I will put it on the Aula Global, so when we can do the feedback, we can see and hear each other talking and discussing. Now, I think, as is a tradition in this course, we should take a picture with the European flag on the back. And yeah, good job, guys. The course is almost over. You need the feedback session. And yeah, for the rest, I will read your position papers carefully. And yeah, that's about it. See you in 10 days or so. So let's take a picture.